The Whispered Dreams of Paper, A Journey Through Time. Gentle, warm intro music fades in and slowly diminishes to background level. Fade in, soft, golden lighting. The narrator's voice is warm, gentle, and contemplative, like a wise storyteller by a fireside. Opening, the first whisper. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine you are holding something so simple, so ordinary that you barely notice it anymore. Your fingers trace its surface, smooth, familiar, comforting. It's white, perhaps cream-colored, with the faintest texture that speaks of countless tiny fibers woven together by time and intention. This simple thing has carried love letters across oceans, preserved the dreams of poets, held the blueprints of cathedrals, and cradled the first words a child learns to write. This is paper, and tonight we're going to follow its story, not just as an invention, but as a dream that traveled across continents and centuries, changing hands and hearts, carrying with it the deepest human longing. The desire to remember, to share, to leave something beautiful behind. Soft sound of pages turning, wind through trees. Our story begins not in a factory, not in a laboratory, but in a moment of quiet desperation. Picture, if you will, ancient China, nearly 2,000 years ago. The morning mist clings to the rivers, and in a small workshop filled with the gentle sounds of craftsmanship, a man named Kai Lun is about to change the world forever. But he doesn't know it yet. He's simply trying to solve a problem that has plagued humanity since we first learned to think beyond the present moment. How do we make our words last? The weight of memory. Ancient origins, 2000 BCE to 100 CE. Sound of ancient marketplace, distant and dreamlike. Long before Kai Lun was even born, long before the word paper existed in any language, humans were already wrestling with the beautiful burden of memory. In the dusty heat of ancient Mesopotamia, 5,000 years ago, scribes pressed wedge-shaped marks into soft clay tablets, their fingers aching from the work, their minds heavy with the responsibility of recording grain harvests, trade agreements, and the names of kings who wanted desperately to be remembered. Each tablet was precious, but oh, how heavy they were. Imagine carrying your library on your back. Dozens of clay tablets weighing as much as stones. Knowledge was literally a burden then, something you had to be strong enough to bear. Meanwhile, along the life-giving waters of the Nile, Egyptian scribes had discovered something miraculous growing in their marshlands: papyrus, tall, graceful reeds that swayed in the river breeze like dancers. They learned to slice these reeds thin, to lay them crosswise like a gentle lattice, pressing them together until they formed sheets that were lighter than clay, more portable than stone. Can you feel it? Can you sense how each civilization was reaching toward the same dream, the dream of capturing thoughts as light as air, as lasting as love? The Egyptians wrote on their papyrus scrolls with brushes made of reed, their hieroglyphs flowing like poetry across the surface. These weren't just records, they were conversations with the future, letters to people not yet born. But papyrus was temperamental, like a beautiful but fragile flower. It cracked in dry air, rotted in dampness, and could only grow in the very specific conditions of the Nile Delta. It was precious, exotic, expensive. A sheet of papyrus was a luxury, a treasure hoarded by temples and palaces. Far to the west, in the ancient city of Pergamon, now lost to time but once vibrant with learning, scholars faced a crisis. Egypt, jealous of Pergamon's great library, had cut them off from their supply of papyrus. Can you imagine? A library slowly starving? Not for lack of minds to think or hearts to feel, but for lack of something to write on. Soft sound of sheep, pastoral and peaceful. Out of this desperation came parchment, animal skins stretched and scraped and treated until they became smooth enough to hold ink. Sheepskin, goatskin, calfskin, each animal giving not just its life, but its very skin so that human thoughts could live on. There's something both beautiful and melancholy about this, isn't there? The way we've always asked other living things to help us remember. Parchment was wonderful in its own way. Durable, reusable if you scrape the ink off carefully. Medieval monks would spend their entire lives bent over parchment pages copying sacred texts at candlelight, their fingers stained with ink, their hearts full of devotion. But parchment, too, was limited. One book might require the skins of an entire herd. Knowledge was still scarce, still precious, beyond imagining. The Gentle Revolutionary, 100 CE, the birth of paper. Now we return to Cai Lun, standing in his workshop in the Han Dynasty in the year 105 CE. He was not a nobleman or a scholar, but a court official, someone who understood the practical needs of administration, the daily hunger for something better to write on. His hands were probably stained with ink, his robes simple but clean. He was in many ways just like you or me, someone who saw a problem and couldn't stop thinking about how to solve it. The problem was this: silk was beautiful to write on, but so expensive that only the emperor could afford to use it freely. Bamboo strips were cheap but bulky. Imagine trying to write a love letter on wooden slats, or carrying a poem in your pocket when that poem was carved into bamboo. What the world needed was something that combined the best of everything: cheap like bamboo, smooth like silk, portable like papyrus, but more durable and easier to make. Cai Lun had been experimenting for months, maybe years. His workshop was filled with the remnants of his attempts: bits of bark, hemp fibers, old fishing nets, worn-out cloth. He had learned that you could break these materials down, pulp them in water until they became a soup of tiny fibers. But the magic, the real breakthrough, came in how you lifted those fibers out of the water. Gentle splashing sounds like water being carefully disturbed. Picture him on that morning, lowering a screen made of bamboo strips into the milky water where tree bark and old rags had been soaking and fermenting. The fibers clung to the screen as he lifted it, water dripping through the gaps, leaving behind a thin, even layer of wet pulp. He set it carefully in the morning sun to dry, probably not knowing that this simple gesture would eventually touch every human life on Earth. When the water had evaporated, what remained was a miracle so quiet you might almost miss it. A sheet of material unlike anything the world had seen, thin enough to see through, strong enough to fold, smooth enough that a brush glided across its surface like a bird across calm water. It was humble, made from scraps and cast-offs, but it held ink beautifully and didn't crack or tear with ordinary handling. Cai Lun had invented paper. But here's what moves me most about his story. He didn't keep it secret. He didn't try to become rich or famous from his discovery. Instead, he shared his method freely, teaching others how to make this wonderful material. Within a few decades, paper-making workshops had sprung up across China. The gift of easy writing, of affordable books, of letters that common people could afford to send, this gift was given freely to the world. The Silk Road of Dreams, 100 CE to 700 CE. For 6 centuries, paper was China's secret, but secrets have a way of wandering, especially beautiful secrets that make life better. Paper began to travel the Silk Road, not as a trade good, but as a companion to trade goods, carrying the records of transactions, the letters of merchants to their families back home, the poetry that traders wrote to pass the long, lonely nights under stars in the vast desert. Imagine the wonder of a Persian merchant handling Chinese paper for the first time. How light it was compared to the clay tablets of his homeland. How smoothly ink flowed across its surface compared to parchment. How cheaply it could be made compared to papyrus. Word of this miracle material spread in whispers around campfires, in the hushed conversations of trading posts. The secret might have stayed in the East for centuries more, but then came the Battle of Talas in 751 CE. It sounds like a grand name for what was, in many ways, a small conflict on the edges of great empires. Arab forces defeated a Chinese army in present-day Kazakhstan, and among the prisoners taken were Chinese papermakers. In the gentleness of history, this might seem like a minor detail, skilled craftsmen captured in war. But those papermakers carried in their hands and hearts the knowledge of Tsai Lun's gift. They were brought to Samarkand, that jewel of the Silk Road, and there they began to teach their captors how to transform rags and bark into something as precious as silk, as useful as gold. The Islamic Renaissance, 750 CE to 1000 CE. If China was the birthplace of paper, then the Islamic world became its loving adoptive parent. In Baghdad, Damascus, Cairo, and Cordoba, paper mills began to hum with activity. But this wasn't just industrial adoption, it was cultural transformation. Picture the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, its corridors filled with scholars from every corner of the known world. Greeks and Arabs, Persians and Indians, Christians and Muslims and Jews, all working together to translate the knowledge of ages into Arabic. And now, thanks to paper, they could do so affordably, quickly, beautifully. The great philosopher Al-Kindi wrote his treatises on mathematics and music on paper. The physician Al-Razi recorded his medical observations on paper. The poet Al-Mutanabi crafted his verses on paper. Each sheet was still precious, but no longer impossibly rare. A student could own books now, not just wealthy institutions. Gentle sound of scribes working, pens on paper. Islamic papermakers became innovators in their own right. Improving on Tsai Lun's original methods, they learned to use linen and cotton rags, which made stronger, whiter paper than tree bark. They developed better techniques for sizing, treating the paper so ink wouldn't blot and spread. They created papers in different weights and textures for different purposes. Thin paper for letters, thick paper for important documents, smooth paper for calligraphy, textured paper for everyday use. But perhaps most beautifully, they transformed papermaking into an art form. Islamic calligraphers didn't just write on paper, they collaborated with it, understanding its texture and absorbency, working with its grain and character. Each sheet became a canvas for some of the most beautiful writing the world has ever seen. And all the while, paper was traveling further west. Carried by merchants and scholars, by pilgrims and diplomats, it reached Morocco and crossed into Spain, where Islamic and Christian cultures met and mingled in the warm Mediterranean sun. The European Awakening, 1000 CE to 1400 CE. Europe, in the year 1000, was a continent still largely riding on parchment and vellum, still thinking of books as objects so precious they were chained to library shelves. But change was coming, carried on gentle winds from the south. The first European paper mill was built in Spain, in the town of Xàtiva, around 1056. Spanish Christians had learned the art from their Muslim neighbors, and slowly, carefully, they began to adapt it to their own needs. From Spain, papermaking spread to Italy, to France, to Germany. Each country added its own innovations, developed its own styles, found its own ways to make Tsai Lun's gift their own. In Italy, papermakers developed watermarks, faint images pressed into the paper during manufacture. These weren't just decorative, they were signatures, a way for papermakers to sign their work, to take pride in their craft. Hold a piece of old paper up to the light, and you might see these ghostly images: a flower, a crown, a cross, a unicorn. Each watermark tells a story of the hands that made that sheet, the mill where it was born. Medieval monasteries became centers of paper production. Monks who had spent their lives copying manuscripts on precious parchment now found they could make their own writing material from linen rags. The great monasteries of Europe began collecting old cloth, worn-out shirts, threadbare sheets, discarded veils, transforming them into something that could carry the Word of God and the wisdom of ages. But it was the universities that truly embraced paper's democratic promise. Students at the University of Paris, at Oxford, at Bologna, could now afford to own their own books, to take their own notes, to write their own thoughts. Knowledge began to slip its chains, to walk out of the monasteries and royal libraries and into the hands of anyone with curiosity and a few coins. Thomas Aquinas wrote his Summa Theologica on paper. Dante crafted the Divine Comedy on paper. The troubadours of France sang their songs of courtly love, and scribes recorded them on paper for lovers separated by distance and time. The Gutenberg Revolution, 1400 CE to 1500 CE. All of this, centuries of refinement, innovation, and cultural transformation, was preparation for a moment that would change everything. In Mainz, Germany, around 1440, a goldsmith named Johannes Gutenberg was struggling with a dream that seemed impossible. Gutenberg wanted to make books the way coins were made, not one at a time by hand, but many at once, pressed from metal type. But this dream only made sense if you had something affordable to print on. Parchment was still too expensive for mass production. Papyrus was too fragile and rare. Paper, cheap, strong, smooth paper, was what made Gutenberg's dream possible. Picture that first day when Gutenberg's press was ready, when the type was set, when the ink was mixed. The paper lay there blank and waiting. Probably made from linen rags that had once been clothing, bed sheets, tablecloths. These humble fibers were about to become something unprecedented. Identical copies of the same text, affordable enough that ordinary people might own them. The Gutenberg Bible, probably fewer than 180 copies were ever printed, represented a marriage between Chinese ingenuity and European innovation. Kai Lun's paper met Gutenberg's press, and the result was a revolution so profound, we're still living in its echoes. But here's what's beautiful about this moment. It wasn't planned by kings or decreed by emperors. It happened because craftsmen and inventors, working centuries apart and continents away, had shared their knowledge freely. Paper existed because Kai Lun had taught his methods openly. Printing succeeded because papermakers had spent centuries perfecting their craft. Within 50 years of Gutenberg's Bible, there were printing presses in every major European city. Books multiplied like flowers in spring. Ideas that had been locked away in monastery libraries suddenly bloomed in public squares, in merchant shops, in students' rooms. The Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, the Renaissance, none of these could have happened without affordable paper making affordable books. The Age of Letters, 1500 CE to 1800 CE. But let's step back from the grand sweep of history for a moment and think about something more intimate, the letter. As paper became cheaper and more available, it transformed not just how society shared knowledge, but how individuals shared love. In the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, letter writing became an art form. Families separated by oceans stayed connected through paper. Lovers courted through paper. Friends maintained bonds across decades and distances through paper. The mail systems of Europe groaned under the weight of all this human connection, all these hearts reaching out across space and time. Imagine a young woman in London writing to her sister who had married and moved to the American colonies. Her quill scratches softly across the paper as she tells of the weather, of their mother's health, of the young man who has been calling. The paper holds not just her words, but something of herself, the pressure of her hand, the rhythm of her thoughts, the faint scent of the lavender she keeps in her writing desk.
Or picture a scientist in Paris, corresponding with colleagues across Europe, sharing observations, debating theories, building knowledge through an exchange of letters that might take months to complete a single conversation. Paper became the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying ideas from mind to mind across vast networks of correspondence. Paper traveled in ships' holds to the New World, where colonists hungry for connection with home would pay extraordinary prices for the latest letters, the newest books, the most recent newspapers. American papermakers began producing their own paper from local materials, but even as they achieved independence from European suppliers, they remained connected to European hearts through the letters that crossed the Atlantic in both directions. The paper itself became more refined during these centuries. Papermakers learned to create papers of extraordinary beauty and durability. They experimented with different fibers, different treatments, different techniques for achieving the perfect balance of strength and smoothness. Each sheet was still made by hand, one at a time, with the careful attention that only human hands can give. The Industrial Symphony, 1800 CE to 1850 CE. The 19th century brought changes to papermaking that would have amazed Kai Lun, but the essential magic remained the same, transforming humble materials into something that could carry human thoughts and feelings. Water-powered mills gave way to steam-powered factories. The Fourdrinier machine, invented in France but perfected in England, could produce continuous rolls of paper instead of individual sheets. What had once taken a skilled craftsman a full day to make could now be produced in minutes. But with this industrial efficiency came new challenges. The demand for paper was growing faster than the supply of linen rags. Papermakers began experimenting with wood pulp, with straw, with any fibrous material they could process. The paper that resulted was often cheaper, but also less durable than the fine rag papers of earlier centuries. Still, this industrial paper served a beautiful purpose. It made newspapers affordable for working families, brought novels to kitchen tables, put school textbooks in the hands of children who might never have learned to read in earlier ages. Charles Dickens wrote his great novels knowing they would be printed on inexpensive paper, read by clerks and shopkeepers, passed hand to hand until they fell apart from love and use. The pencil and the fountain pen evolved alongside industrial paper, creating new possibilities for personal expression. People began keeping diaries, writing memoirs, recording family histories. Paper became the repository not just of great literature and important documents, but of ordinary life, shopping lists, love notes, children's drawings, the daily thoughts of regular people living regular lives.
The Wood Pulp Revolution, 1850 CE to 1900 CE. By the middle of the 19th century, the world faced a paper shortage that threatened to strangle the growing appetite for books, newspapers, and letters. The solution came, as it so often does, from an unexpected direction: the vast forests of North America and Scandinavia. German inventor Friedrich Gottlob Keller developed a process for grinding wood into pulp that could be used to make paper. This wasn't as elegant as Kai Lun's original method. Wood pulp paper was acidic, prone to yellowing and brittleness, but it was abundant and cheap. And it opened the floodgates of mass communication. Suddenly, newspapers could be printed by the thousands, books by the millions. The penny press made daily news available to working people. Dime novels brought adventure stories to readers who could never have afforded leather-bound books. Children's books, once rare treasures, became common enough that every child might own a few. But there was a cost to this abundance. The beautiful, durable papers made from cotton and linen rags became luxury items, while most printed matter was produced on wood pulp paper that would crumble within decades. We gained access to information, but we lost permanence. Many books printed during this era are now too fragile to handle, their pages brown and brittle, victims of the very abundance that made them possible. It's worth pausing here to reflect on this trade-off, because it mirrors so many of the choices we face in our own time. Do we choose quality or quantity, permanence or accessibility? The 19th century chose accessibility and, in doing so, democratized knowledge, but sacrificed some of its durability. The 20th century Renaissance, 1900 CE to 2000 CE. The 20th century was paper's golden age, the time when it truly became universal. Typewriters made writing faster and more legible. Carbon paper allowed multiple copies. Cheaper printing methods put books and magazines within reach of almost everyone. 2 world wars created massive demand for paper, for military communications, for propaganda, for the letters that kept families connected across battlefields and oceans. Paper rationing during wartime made people acutely aware of how much they depended on this simple material. Victory gardens weren't just for vegetables, they were also for recycling paper, turning yesterday's newspapers into tomorrow's letters home. The rise of office culture made paper even more central to daily life. Carbon copies, filing systems, typewritten reports, memoranda. The business of the modern world was conducted on paper. Secretaries became masters of paper handling, filing, copying, organizing the vast flows of information that kept corporations and governments running. But paper also became more personal during this century. The invention of reliable fountain pens and later ballpoint pens made writing smoother and more accessible. People began keeping journals, writing personal letters as a matter of course, expressing themselves on paper in ways that previous generations might have reserved for rare, special occasions. Gentle sound of children playing, school bells. Schools embraced paper as never before. Workbooks, worksheets, construction paper, drawing paper. Children learned to associate paper with learning, creativity, and self-expression. The manila folder, the spiral notebook, the legal pad, these became tools of thought, extensions of the human mind. And through it all, artists and craftspeople kept alive the traditional arts of papermaking. Fine presses produced beautiful books on handmade paper. Calligraphers worked on papers made from traditional materials using ancient methods. Even as mass production dominated the market, some people still understood paper as a craft, as an art, as something worth making beautifully. The digital dawn, 1980 CE to present. And then came the computer. The personal computer, the laptop, the smartphone, the tablet, devices that could store and display text without any paper at all. For the first time since Kai Lun's workshop, humans had found a fundamentally different way to record and share their thoughts. Many predicted the death of paper. Why print when you could read on a screen? Why write by hand when you could type? Why send letters when you could email? The paperless office was coming, we were told. Books would become obsolete. Writing by hand would become a lost art. But something interesting happened instead. People discovered that paper and digital technology could complement each other, rather than compete. E-books made reading more convenient, but many people still preferred the feel of paper books for serious reading. Email made communication faster, but handwritten notes carried emotional weight that pixels on a screen couldn't match. Today we live in a hybrid world. We type our first drafts on computers, but often print them to edit by hand. We read news online, but still enjoy the ritual of a physical newspaper with morning coffee. We text constantly, but save handwritten notes as treasures. We take photos with our phones, but still print the special ones to put in albums, to hang on walls, to carry in wallets. Paper has evolved too. Modern papers are more varied than ever. Papers for inkjet printers, papers for laser printers, papers for photocopiers, each engineered for specific purposes. Archival papers are designed to last centuries without yellowing or cracking. Recycled papers are made from yesterday's newspapers and magazines. And specialty papers are created for artists, for craftspeople, for anyone who needs something beyond the ordinary. The sustainable future. Today, as we face environmental challenges that would have been unimaginable to Kai Lun, papermakers are returning to some of his original principles. Sustainable forestry ensures that trees are replanted faster than they're harvested. Alternative fibers, bamboo, hemp, agricultural waste are being rediscovered and refined. Recycling has become so efficient that many papers contain more recycled fiber than new fiber. The irony is beautiful. In trying to solve modern environmental problems, we're rediscovering ancient wisdom. Kai Lun made paper from scraps, from waste materials, from things that would otherwise have been thrown away. Today's sustainable papermakers are doing the same thing, using agricultural waste, recycled paper, fast-growing plants that don't require cutting down old-growth forests. And there's something hopeful in this return to fundamentals. Paper, which began as a way to make writing affordable for ordinary people, continues to democratize expression. A child with a piece of paper and a pencil has the same fundamental tools for creativity as the greatest writers and artists in history.
The emotional landscape of paper. But let's talk about something that doesn't appear in most histories of paper, the way it makes us feel. There's something about paper that engages not just our minds, but our hearts, our senses, our memories. Think about the sound paper makes. The crisp snap of a new book opening for the first time. The soft whisper of pages turning. The satisfying rustle of a letter being unfolded. These sounds trigger something deep in us, something that connects us to centuries of humans who found comfort and excitement in these same sounds. Think about how paper feels, the smoothness of good writing paper under your palm, the slight texture that lets your pen glide without slipping, the thickness of cardstock between your fingers, the delicate thinness of tissue paper. Each type of paper has its own personality, its own way of interacting with human touch. Think about how paper smells. The vanilla scent of old books, created by lignin breaking down over decades. The fresh, clean smell of new paper. The slightly musty aroma of a well-used notebook. These scents carry memories, emotions, associations that go deeper than conscious thought. And then there's the permanence of paper, the way it holds not just words but moments. A love letter from 50 years ago still carries the writer's passion. A child's drawing, yellowed with age, still radiates joy. A diary entry captures not just events, but feelings, personality, the essence of a moment that can never be repeated. Paper ages with grace. Unlike digital files that can be corrupted or become unreadable when technology changes, paper gracefully shows its age while remaining essentially itself. The browning edges, the slight brittleness, the way ink has faded, these aren't flaws, they're signs of a life well lived, of words that have been read and cherished. The rituals we've created. Over the centuries, we've developed rituals around paper that speak to something fundamental in human nature. The way we carefully select greeting cards, knowing that our choice of paper and design will communicate something beyond words. The way we save special letters, keeping them in boxes or books like pressed flowers. The way we frame important documents, not just for legal protection, but because we understand that some papers deserve to be honored.
Think about gift wrapping, the way we choose special papers to contain our presents, understanding instinctively that the wrapping is part of the gift, that beautiful paper shows care and attention. The receiver will throw away the wrapping, but for a moment, it transforms an ordinary object into something magical. Think about the rituals of writing itself, the way some people have special papers for special occasions, good stationery for important letters, beautiful notebooks for private thoughts, particular pens that feel just right on particular papers. These aren't just preferences, they're recognition that paper is part of the creative process, that the feel and look of paper influences what we write and how we write it. Think about bookbinding, the craft of turning individual sheets into something greater than the sum of its parts. A book is paper transformed, paper given structure and purpose and beauty. The way we treat books, shelving them carefully, bookmarking our place, being careful not to damage the spine, shows our respect for paper as the vessel of human thought. Paper in art and expression. Paper has always been more than just a writing surface. It's been a medium for art, a tool for creativity, a way to transform two dimensions into something that suggests 3, 4, even infinite dimensions. Origami, the Japanese art of paper folding, transforms flat sheets into birds, flowers, complex geometric shapes. With nothing but folds, no cuts, no glue, no additional materials, simple paper becomes sculpture, becomes poetry, becomes meditation. The folder's hand work in partnership with the paper's grain and flexibility, creating beauty through constraint. Calligraphy, practiced across many cultures, treats paper as a dance partner. The brush or pen moves across the surface in careful rhythm, and the paper responds by accepting ink in just the right way, creating letters that are also pictures, words that are also art. Chinese calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy, Western calligraphy, each tradition has developed its own relationship with paper, understanding how different papers accept ink differently, how texture and absorbency affect the final result. Paper cutting, practiced from China to Mexico to Poland, transforms flat sheets into delicate lacework, into stories told in silhouette, into decorations that play with light and shadow. The artist works with positive and negative space, understanding that what's cut away is as important as what remains. Watercolor painting requires paper with specific qualities: absorbency that lets colors flow and blend, texture that creates interesting effects, strength that won't buckle under wet paint. The paper becomes part of the painting, its texture visible in the final work, its whiteness providing the lightest values in the composition. Even simple paper crafts, scrapbooking, card making, collage, represent a continuation of the ancient human impulse to transform humble materials into something beautiful, something meaningful, something that expresses what words alone cannot. The philosophy of paper. If we think deeply about paper, it becomes a kind of philosophy, a way of understanding human nature and our place in the world. Paper is transformation, rags becoming writing surface, trees becoming books, waste becoming art. It teaches us that humble materials can serve noble purposes, that what seems worthless can be made valuable through skill and intention. Paper is democracy. Cheap enough that almost anyone can afford it, simple enough that almost anyone can use it. It has democratized expression, learning, communication, art. The child with a crayon and paper has access to the same fundamental creative tools as the master artist. Paper is patience. It waits for us to be ready to write, to draw, to create. It doesn't demand immediate attention like a computer screen. It simply exists, available, ready to receive whatever we're prepared to give it. Paper is forgiveness. Mistakes can be crossed out, torn away, written over. Unlike stone carving where every mark is permanent, paper allows for revision, for second thoughts, for the natural messiness of human creativity. Paper is memory. It holds not just information, but moments, feelings, the essence of the time when it was written. A grocery list from a departed loved one becomes a treasure. A child's scribbled drawing becomes a masterpiece of memory. Paper is mortality. It yellows, it fades, it crumbles, just as we do. But like us, it can create something lasting before it goes. The paper that Homer's epics were written on has long since turned to dust, but the words have survived, copied onto new paper, generation after generation. And perhaps most beautifully, paper is connection. It carries our thoughts to others, our feelings across distance and time. Every letter is a bridge, every book a conversation, every drawing a sharing of vision. The makers and their stories. Throughout this long journey, paper has been made by human hands, millions of pairs of hands over nearly 2,000 years. Let's take a moment to honor these craftspeople, these unsung heroes of human communication. The medieval monks who turned monastery workshops into paper mills, understanding that making paper was itself a kind of prayer, a way of serving God by making His word more accessible to the world. They worked in silence mostly, their days regulated by bells, their hands moving in rhythm with ancient prayers as they stirred pulp, lifted screens, pressed sheets. The guild papermakers of Renaissance Europe who passed their secrets from father to son, from master to apprentice, creating papers so beautiful that 5 centuries later we still marvel at their quality. They knew their materials intimately, which rags made the strongest paper, how long to ferment the pulp, exactly when the fibers were ready to be formed into sheets. The immigrant papermakers who brought their skills to America, building mills along every river that could power their machinery, teaching a new continent the ancient arts of fiber preparation and sheet formation. Many were German, bringing centuries of European refinement to American abundance of raw materials. The industrial workers of the 19th and 20th centuries, who tended the great machines that could produce paper in continuous rolls miles long. They learned to read the subtle signs of proper pulp consistency, to adjust the machinery for different weights and textures, to maintain quality even at unprecedented scales of production. And today, the artisan papermakers who keep the old ways alive, who still make paper one sheet at a time, who understand that sometimes the most advanced technology is a pair of skilled hands working with simple tools. They teach workshops, demonstrate at craft fairs, ensure that the knowledge Kylun shared so freely 19 centuries ago continues to live in human hearts and hands.
Paper's children, the family of materials. Paper, like a parent, has given birth to a whole family of related materials, each serving its own special purpose in the human story. Cardboard, paper's sturdy child, protects and contains. Every package delivered to your door is a small miracle of engineering. Corrugated cardboard that's light but strong, foldable but durable, made from recycled paper but capable of protecting precious cargo across continents. Tissue paper, delicate and ephemeral, serves the tender moments, wrapping gifts, drying tears, protecting fragile things. It's paper at its most vulnerable, yet it serves some of our most important needs. Newsprint, paper's most democratic child, carries the daily news to millions. It's deliberately impermanent, meant to be read once and recycled, carrying today's urgent information but not burdening tomorrow with yesterday's concerns. Papier-mâché, paper reborn, shows us that even when paper seems to have reached the end of its useful life, it can be transformed again, mixed with simple paste to become sculpture, masks, art that brings joy to children and adults alike. And then there are paper's more exotic relatives: rice paper for painting, parchment paper for baking, paper money that represents value itself, paper flowers that never wilt, paper airplanes that carry childhood dreams across playgrounds and living rooms. Each type serves its purpose, but all share paper's fundamental gift: the ability to be humble and extraordinary at the same time, common and magical, ordinary and essential. The language of paper. Over the centuries, we've developed a rich vocabulary around paper that speaks to how deeply it's woven into human experience. We talk about paper trails to mean records that can be followed. We say someone has paper qualifications to mean credentials that may not reflect real ability. We speak of paper profits that exist only in theory. But we also use paper metaphors for beauty and value. Something paper thin suggests delicacy and precision. A clean sheet of paper represents new beginnings, fresh starts, unlimited possibility. Putting it on paper means making something official, real, permanent. Different cultures have developed their own relationships with paper, their own ways of honoring it. In Japan, there's a reverence for paper that extends to never wasting it, to using every scrap, to understanding that paper carries something of the tree's spirit. In China, burning paper offerings connects the living with ancestors, paper serving as a bridge between worlds. In the West, we frame important papers: diplomas, certificates, maps, artwork, recognizing that some paper deserves to be preserved and honored. We save letters from loved ones, understanding intuitively that paper holds more than words. It holds something of the person who wrote on it.
Paper's quiet resistance. In our digital age, paper has mounted a quiet resistance, not through grand gestures, but through persistent usefulness, irreplaceable qualities that no screen can quite match. Studies show that we read differently on paper than on screens, more carefully, with better comprehension, with deeper engagement. Something about the physical presence of paper, the way light reflects rather than emanates, the tactile feedback, creates conditions that favor thoughtful reading. We learn differently when we write by hand than when we type. The slower pace of handwriting gives our brains time to process and organize thoughts. The physical act of forming letters engages different neural pathways than pressing keys. Students who take notes by hand often retain information better than those who type. Creative people often find that paper stimulates ideas in ways that digital tools don't. The freedom to draw arrows, to sketch in margins, to turn the page sideways, to work in any direction. These aren't just conveniences, they're different ways of thinking made visible. And then there's what we might call paper's emotional intelligence, the way it carries not just information, but feeling. A handwritten note expresses care in a way that typed text cannot. A physical book creates intimacy between reader and story that e-books, for all their convenience, struggle to match. Paper doesn't demand electricity, doesn't require updates, doesn't become obsolete when new technology emerges. A book printed today will be readable in 100 years without any special equipment. A letter written today will be comprehensible to future generations without translation software or compatibility layers. The therapeutic power of paper. Therapists and counselors have long understood something that researchers are now confirming scientifically. There's healing power in putting pen to paper. The act of writing by hand engages both the analytical left brain and the creative right brain, creating conditions that can help process emotion, trauma, and complex experiences. Journaling has become recognized as a powerful tool for mental health. The simple act of writing down thoughts and feelings can help externalize them, make them manageable, create a distance between the self and overwhelming emotions. Paper becomes a safe container for feelings too large or complex to hold internally. Art therapy often begins with paper and simple drawing materials: crayons, colored pencils, markers. The paper provides a non-threatening surface where feelings can be expressed without words, where healing can happen through color and line and form. Letter writing, even when the letters are never sent, can help people work through relationships, process grief, express feelings that seem too difficult for direct conversation. The paper holds these feelings safely, without judgment, allowing for expression without immediate consequence. Even simple activities like origami or paper crafts can be meditative, therapeutic, grounding. The focus required, the tactile engagement, the creation of something beautiful from something simple, these activities can calm anxiety, focus scattered thoughts, create a sense of accomplishment and peace.
Children and paper. The future unfolds. Perhaps nowhere is paper's magic more evident than in the hands of children. Watch a child receive a fresh sheet of paper and you'll see wonder, possibility, excitement. That blank surface represents infinite potential. It could become a drawing, a story, a letter to a grandparent, a paper airplane, a crown, a map of an imaginary world. Children don't distinguish between serious and playful uses of paper the way adults do. To them, a mathematical worksheet and a picture of their family are equally valid uses of this miraculous material. They understand instinctively what adults sometimes forget, that paper is a tool for expression, exploration, learning, joy. The developmental progression is beautiful to observe. First, scribbles that are pure expression, the joy of making marks. Then recognizable shapes, attempts at letters and numbers, the beginning of symbolic representation. Later, stories, reports, increasingly sophisticated expressions of complex thoughts and feelings. School bell, gentle classroom sounds. In schools around the world, paper remains central to learning despite decades of educational technology initiatives. Teachers understand that there's something irreplaceable about the child-paper relationship, something that supports learning in ways that screens and keyboards cannot quite match. Art classes in particular celebrate paper's versatility. Construction paper becomes landscapes and collages. Drawing paper holds self-portraits and imaginative creatures. Tissue paper becomes flowers and decorations. Each type of paper offers different possibilities, teaches different lessons about texture, color, form. The global journey. Today, paper connects the world in ways Kai Lun could never have imagined. A tree grown in a managed forest in Canada becomes paper in a mill in Wisconsin, is printed with a story written by an author in India, and is read by a child in Kenya. The global paper system is one of humanity's most complex and beautiful collaborative achievements. Different cultures have maintained their own paper-making traditions even as they participate in the global paper economy. Japanese paper makers still create washi by hand using traditional methods passed down through generations. Mexican artisans make papel picado, delicate cut paper decorations that transform celebrations with color and light. Indian paper makers create beautiful handmade papers embedded with flower petals and leaves. These traditional papers remind us that efficiency isn't the only value worth preserving. Beauty, craftsmanship, cultural continuity, these matter too. In a world that often prioritizes speed and cost over quality and meaning, traditional paper makers keep alive different values, different ways of understanding what paper can be. And as global communication becomes increasingly digital, physical paper takes on new meaning.
A handwritten letter from across the world becomes especially precious, a tangible connection that required effort and intention in ways that digital communication does not. The sensory symphony. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate paper through all our senses, to understand why this material has such a powerful hold on human consciousness. Touch. Every paper has its own texture, its own response to pressure, its own way of interacting with human skin. Smooth papers that let fingers glide effortlessly. Textured papers that provide just enough resistance to feel substantial. Thin papers that seem almost alive under gentle pressure. Thick papers that feel solid, permanent, trustworthy. Sound. The whisper of pages turning in a quiet library, the satisfying snap of a new book's spine, the soft rustle of tissue paper being carefully unfolded, the crisp crack of folding paper along a sharp crease. Each sound tells a story, triggers memories, connects us to countless others who have heard these same sounds. Smell. The vanilla scent of aging paper, created by lignin slowly breaking down over decades. The fresh, clean smell of new paper, sharp and promising. The slightly musty aroma of old books, beloved and comforting to readers worldwide. Even the industrial smells of paper mills, not always pleasant, but honest, representing the transformation of raw materials into something precious. And even taste, though we rarely think of it, children often put paper in their mouths, and there's something about the taste that seems safe, familiar, natural. Adults sometimes unconsciously lick their fingers when turning pages, participating in a tiny way in paper's material reality. The economics of dreams. Paper has always been caught between two identities, commodity and craft, industrial product and cultural treasure. This tension has shaped its development and continues to influence its future. As a commodity, paper must be efficient, consistent, affordable. Modern paper mills are marvels of engineering, producing thousands of tons per day with precise specifications for weight, thickness, opacity, brightness. The global paper market moves billions of dollars annually, supporting entire regions economically. But paper is also craft, art, culture. The most expensive papers are still made by hand, one sheet at a time, by artisans who understand that some things can't be mass-produced without losing their essential character. These papers cost hundreds of times more than industrial paper, but they serve different purposes: fine art, important documents, luxury stationery for special occasions. Between these extremes lies a whole spectrum of papers, each finding its own balance between efficiency and quality, cost and character. Office paper that's good enough for daily use, but not special enough to save. Book paper that's durable enough to last decades, but affordable enough for mass publication. Greeting card paper that's beautiful enough to express feelings, but not so expensive that ordinary people can't afford to send love. What's remarkable is that this economic complexity has somehow preserved space for every level of paper, from the most humble to the most exquisite.
Paper's philosophy of impermanence. There's a Buddhist concept called mono no aware, the bittersweet awareness of the impermanence of all things. Paper embodies this philosophy perfectly. It's temporary, fragile, mortal, and that's part of its beauty. Unlike stone or metal, paper doesn't pretend to be eternal. It yellows, it fades, it crumbles, reminding us constantly that everything passes, everything changes. Yet in its brief existence,
paper can carry immortal thoughts, eternal feelings, timeless truths. The yellowing edges of an old book don't diminish its value, they enhance it, telling us that this book has been loved, has lived in the world, has aged alongside the people who read it. The slight brittleness of old paper makes us handle it more carefully, more reverently, more aware of its preciousness. Paper teaches us that permanence isn't always the highest value. Sometimes what matters is the moment of connection, the instant of communication, the brief flowering of expression. A child's drawing on construction paper isn't meant to last forever. It's meant to capture and share the joy of a particular moment, to say, I was here, I felt this, I wanted to show you. And when paper finally crumbles, when it returns to the earth, it does so gracefully, becoming compost that nourishes new growth. Even in death, paper gives life. The circle continues. This acceptance of impermanence makes every piece of paper precious in its own way. The grocery list, the birthday card, the margin notes in a beloved book, all are temporary. All will eventually be lost, and that temporariness makes them more, not less, valuable. The writer's relationship. Writers have perhaps the most intimate relationship with paper of anyone. They understand its personality, its moods, its preferences. They know how different papers accept different inks, how texture affects the flow of thought, how the physical act of writing shapes what gets written. Some writers are particular about their paper. They need exactly the right weight, the right texture, the right size to feel comfortable expressing their thoughts. Others are adaptable, finding inspiration in whatever surface is available: napkins, envelopes, the backs of receipts, anything that can hold words. The fountain pen and good paper create a partnership that goes back centuries. The pen responds to the paper's texture. The ink flows differently on different surfaces. The writer's hand learns the rhythm of each combination. Some papers bring out the best in certain inks, creating rich, saturated lines. Others work better with pencils, providing just enough tooth to create satisfying graphite deposits. Many writers describe a mystical relationship with blank paper, that moment when infinite possibility narrows to specific words, when the vastness of potential becomes the precision of expression. The blank page can be terrifying or exhilarating, sometimes both simultaneously. And writers understand paper's forgiveness differently than other users. They know that crossed-out words, margin notes, arrows, and revisions aren't flaws, but part of the creative process. Paper that shows the work, shows the thinking, shows the journey from first idea to final expression, this is paper fulfilling its highest purpose.
Letters to the future. As we near the end of our journey through paper's history, it seems appropriate to think about its future, to imagine what messages we might write to the generations who will inherit our relationship with this ancient material. Dear future, we hope we've been good stewards of paper's legacy. We've tried to balance efficiency with beauty, abundance with sustainability, innovation with tradition. We've made mistakes, producing papers that won't last, cutting forests faster than they could regenerate, prioritizing cost over quality too often. But we've also preserved the ancient arts, kept alive the knowledge of hand paper making, maintained spaces in our world for beautiful paper made with care and intention. We've learned to recycle, to use alternative fibers, to think of paper not as something to consume, but as something to cherish. We hope you'll still know the pleasure of holding a well-made book, of writing by hand on good paper, of receiving a letter that someone took time to write with care. We hope you'll understand that some things are worth doing slowly, thoughtfully, with attention to beauty as well as function. We hope you'll find new ways to honor paper's democratic promise, its ability to carry any thought, express any feeling,
Connect any heart to any other heart. We hope you'll discover new materials, new methods, new possibilities that we couldn't imagine, while still maintaining connection to the spirit of Kai Lun's original gift. Most of all, we hope you'll remember that paper isn't just about information or efficiency or even beauty. It's about the human desire to reach across space and time, to touch other minds and hearts, to leave something meaningful behind. With love and hope, the present. The eternal present of paper. But of course, paper doesn't really exist in past, present, or future. It exists in the eternal now of use, in the moment when pen touches surface, when eyes meet text, when hands fold a letter or turn a page. Right now, somewhere in the world, a child is learning to write their name, their fingers carefully gripping a pencil, their tongue perhaps protruding slightly in concentration as they form letters on lined paper. The paper is patient, forgiving, ready to receive their efforts however imperfect. Right now, somewhere else, an elderly person is writing a letter to a grandchild, their handwriting perhaps shakier than it once was, but their love flowing clear and strong onto the page. The paper holds not just words, but a lifetime of experience, wisdom, care. Right now, in countless places, paper is serving countless purposes. Newspapers carrying the day's events, books holding eternal stories, notebooks capturing private thoughts, greeting cards carrying celebration and condolence, tissues drying tears of sadness and joy, napkins cleaning up the small messes of daily life. Right now, trees are growing that will someday become paper. Recycling centers are processing yesterday's papers into tomorrow's possibilities. Artists are discovering new ways to transform flat surfaces into expressions of beauty and meaning. And right now, in the gentle rhythm of ordinary life, paper continues to serve its deepest purpose, connecting human heart to human heart, carrying our thoughts and feelings and dreams from one person to another, from one generation to the next, from one moment to eternity. The whispered promise. So here we are, at the end of our journey through paper's long, beautiful story. We've traveled from Kai Lun's workshop in ancient China to the digital age, from clay tablets to recycled cardboard, from the humblest grocery list to the most exalted literature. What have we learned? That paper is more than just a material. It's a bridge between minds, a repository of human experience, a democratic tool that makes expression available to everyone. That paper's story is really our story, the story of our persistent desire to connect, to remember, to share what matters most. Paper teaches us that the most revolutionary technologies often appear simple, humble, almost invisible. That true innovation serves not the powerful, but everyone, making better lives possible for ordinary people living ordinary days. Paper reminds us that some things are worth preserving not because they're efficient, but because they're beautiful, meaningful, irreplaceable. That in our rush toward the future, we mustn't lose touch with the wisdom of the past, the value of slowness, the importance of craftsmanship. And paper whispers to us, in the soft sound of pages turning, in the gentle scratch of pen on surface, in the satisfying fold of a letter, I am here, I am ready. Whatever you need to say, whatever you need to remember, whatever you need to share, I will hold it safely. I will carry it faithfully. I will help your heart reach other hearts. That whispered promise, first made in Kai Lun's workshop nearly 2,000 years ago, continues today in every sheet of paper, every notebook, every book, every letter. It will continue tomorrow and for all the tomorrows to come, as long as humans need to remember, to dream, to reach across the spaces between us with words and images and love. So, tonight, as you drift toward sleep,
perhaps you'll remember paper differently. Perhaps you'll notice it tomorrow, really notice it, and feel gratitude for this quiet miracle that surrounds us, supports us, connects us to each other and to all the generations of people who have shared in paper's patient, persistent gift. The story of paper is still being written, on surfaces yet to be imagined, by hands yet to be born, in words we haven't yet learned to say. But the story began with generosity, Kai Lun sharing his knowledge freely with the world, and that spirit of generosity continues in every sheet of paper that carries human thoughts toward other human hearts. Sweet dreams, and may your own words find their way safely onto the pages that are waiting for them, ready to hold your thoughts as gently as a mother holds a child, as faithfully as paper has held human dreams for nearly 2,000 years.
The Colors of Time, a journey through paint and brush. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the soft whisper of wind through a cave entrance, somewhere deep in what we now call France. The year is 40,000 BCE, and twilight paints the sky in gentle purples and golds. Inside this ancient shelter, a figure sits by flickering firelight, their weathered hands trembling, not from cold, but from something far more profound, the desperate human need to leave a mark, to say, "I was here." In their palm lies a piece of ochre, rust red like dried blood, warm like the earth after rain. They have chewed the end of a small stick until the fibers separate into something resembling a brush. And on the cave wall before them, rough and unforgiving, they are about to create something that will outlast empires, outlast languages, outlast everything we think of as permanent. This is where our story begins, not with kings or conquests, but with the quiet moment when humanity first mixed earth with water, when fingers first pressed pigment to stone, when the very first brush touched a surface and changed the world forever. Tonight, let us journey together through time, following the gentle evolution of two of humanity's most intimate companions, paint and brush. These humble tools have witnessed our greatest triumphs and deepest sorrows, have captured our dreams and preserved our memories, have been present in temples and hovels, in the hands of masters and children alike. So settle in, breathe deeply, and let your mind drift back through the centuries. We have a beautiful story to tell. The First Colors of Dawn, the cave painter's discovery. In those ancient caves of Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira, our ancestors were conducting humanity's first chemistry experiments. They were not yet farmers, not yet city builders, but they were already artists, already dreamers reaching for something beyond mere survival. Picture them in the dim light of oil lamps, their faces focused in concentration that transcends time. They had discovered that the earth itself was a palette, iron oxides giving them reds and yellows, manganese providing deep blacks and browns, clay offering subtle whites and grays. They learned that charcoal from their fires, when mixed with animal fat or plant juices, could create the deepest blacks. They found that certain stones, when ground against other stones with infinite patience, released colors that seemed to hold light itself. The first brushes were born from necessity and ingenuity. Imagine a hunter returning from the day's journey, noticing how the frayed hand of a small stick held moisture differently. Or perhaps a mother, watching her child play with a feather, suddenly seeing not just a bird's plume, but a tool for applying the precious pigments they had so laboriously created. These early brush makers used everything nature provided: animal hair bound to sticks with sinew, bird feathers with their naturally hollow shafts, pads of moss and fur that could hold and release pigment, even their own fingers, the most intimate brush of all. Each mark on those cave walls was a conversation between hand and surface, between human intention and earthly material.
The paint itself was precious beyond our modern understanding. Each color required hours, sometimes days of preparation. Red ochre had to be found in specific locations, sometimes requiring dangerous journeys to cliff faces where the earth bled this particular hue. The pigment then needed to be ground, mixed with binding agents, animal fat, egg whites, plant resins, or even human saliva when nothing else was available. The sacred act of creation. But these cave paintings were more than decoration. They were humanity's first libraries, first textbooks, first prayers. The act of painting was sacred, ritualistic. We can almost hear the whispered stories passed down through generations, where to find the best ochre, how to prepare a brush that wouldn't lose its hairs, which combinations of binder and pigment would last through countless seasons. The brushstrokes themselves tell stories. Some are bold and confident, suggesting experienced hands. Others are tentative, perhaps the work of apprentices learning under the watchful eyes of master painters. Some animals are painted over and over in the same location, suggesting these caves were workshops, places where knowledge was transferred from one generation to the next through the simple act of hand guiding hand. In the gentle light of those ancient fires, we can see the birth of artistic tradition, the older painters showing the younger one how to twist animal hair around a stick, how to bind it with sinew so it would hold but still maintain flexibility. The patient explanation of how certain clays needed to be mixed with just the right amount of water. Too little and the paint would be too thick to flow, too much and it would run down the wall like tears. These were humanity's first art schools, where the curriculum was survival, beauty, and the irrepressible need to communicate across time. Every handprint pressed against those walls was a signature, a greeting across millennia. Hello, future person. I was here. I made this. I mattered.
The Gifts of the River, Egyptian Innovation. Along the sacred Nile. Fast forward several thousand years, and we find ourselves along the banks of the Nile, where the rhythmic lapping of sacred waters provides a gentle soundtrack to one of history's greatest artistic revolutions. The ancient Egyptians, those master builders of eternity, transformed the crude cave painter's tools into something approaching modern sophistication. Picture the royal workshops of Memphis or Thebes, where teams of artists labored in cool, shaded spaces, their tools laid out with the precision of surgical instruments. Here, paint and brush evolved from survival tools to instruments of immortality, designed to accompany pharaohs into the afterlife and preserve their stories for eternity. The Egyptians discovered that the reeds growing along their beloved Nile could be transformed into brushes of remarkable versatility. The common reed pen, or kalam, was cut at an angle to create different line widths. But more remarkably, they learned to fray the ends of these reeds, creating what were essentially the world's first manufactured paintbrushes. Imagine the patience required. Selecting the perfect reed, not too young and soft, not too old and brittle, then carefully teasing the fibers apart until they formed a flexible tip that could hold and release paint with controlled precision. The alchemy of color. But it was in the realm of color that the Egyptians truly excelled, becoming history's first industrial chemists. They learned to create colors that seemed to capture the very essence of their world. The deep blue of lapis lazuli, ground from stones that traveled hundreds of miles along ancient trade routes. The brilliant gold that adorned their pharaohs, made from actual gold leaf mixed with binding agents. The rich blacks created from carbon soot that seemed to absorb light itself. The creation of Egyptian blue, perhaps humanity's first synthetic pigment, was nothing short of magical. In workshops where the air shimmered with heat, master craftsmen combined silica, copper, lime, and alkali, heating the mixture in furnaces until it reached temperatures that would make modern chemists nod in respect. The resulting pigment was so stable,
so brilliant that examples from 4,000 years ago still gleam with celestial blue in museum cases today. Each pigment told a story of trade, exploration, and human ingenuity. Malachite green came from copper mines in the Sinai, its collection a dangerous journey through distant desert landscapes. Realgar orange, with its brilliant fire-like hue, was imported from distant lands, each grain more precious than common gold. The painters who used these materials understood their value. They were not merely decorating walls, but spreading liquid wealth, liquid history, liquid prayers. The Craftsman's Day. Let us imagine a day in the life of an Egyptian painter working on a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. The morning begins before dawn, when the desert air is still cool. Our craftsman checks his brushes, examining each one for worn bristles or loose bindings. He prepares his paints with the same care a modern pharmacist might compound medicine, grinding pigments on stone palettes, adding binding agents drop by careful drop until the consistency is perfect. The work itself is meditative, rhythmic. Each brushstroke follows ancient conventions. The eye must be exactly so, the hand positioned precisely thus. But within these rigid rules there is room for individual expression, for the subtle variations that separate master from apprentice. The brush becomes an extension of the painter's will, moving with practiced confidence across the prepared surface. These were the first professional painters, their skills so valued that they were buried with their tools, their brushes and palettes placed beside them like the weapons of warriors or the instruments of scribes. They understood something profound about their craft, that they were not merely decorating walls, but creating doorways between the world of the living and the realm of the gods.
The Philosopher's Brush, Ancient Greece and Rome, where art meets philosophy. As we drift forward through time, we find ourselves in the marble-white cities of ancient Greece, where the gentle sound of waves against harbor walls mingles with the passionate debates of philosophers and the quiet concentration of artists at work. Here, in workshops scattered throughout Athens and other great city-states, paint and brush evolved from tools of religious ritual to instruments of human expression and intellectual exploration. The Greeks brought something revolutionary to the art of painting, the concept that art should not merely record or worship, but should explore the very nature of reality, beauty, and human experience. In the workshop of a master painter like Apelles, Alexander the Great's court artist, brushes became instruments of philosophy made visible. These Greek brushes were marvels of engineering, crafted with the same attention to detail that their architects brought to temples. The finest were made from sable hair, imported at great expense from the distant lands of Scythia. The hair was carefully sorted, with only the longest, most flexible strands deemed worthy of the master's brush. These hairs were then bound to wooden handles, often olive wood, sacred to Athena, with metal ferrules that were works of art in themselves, sometimes decorated with silver or even gold. The science of seeing. But it was the Greek approach to color that marked a true revolution in human consciousness. They began to understand color not just as a property of materials, but as a phenomenon of light and perception. Painters began to experiment with mixing colors on their palettes, rather than simply applying pure pigments, discovering that the human eye could be tricked into seeing colors that didn't actually exist on the surface. Imagine the excitement in those ancient workshops when a painter first discovered that placing tiny touches of red and yellow side by side at just the right distance would make the viewer's eye blend them into a vibrant orange that seemed more alive than any orange pigment. This was the birth of optical theory, happening not in academic halls, but in the humble workshops of working artists.
The Greeks also perfected encaustic painting, the art of mixing pigments with heated wax. Picture the painter working quickly but deliberately, brush loaded with molten color, racing against time as the wax cooled. The resulting paintings had a luminosity that seemed to glow from within, as if the colors themselves were alive. The wax protected the pigments from fading, creating artworks that could theoretically last forever, a Greek pursuit of immortality through art. Roman refinement. When the Romans inherited Greek artistic traditions, they brought their characteristic practicality and engineering prowess to the world of paint and brush. Roman workshops were marvels of organization and efficiency, capable of decorating entire cities with systematic precision. The Romans perfected fresco painting, the art of painting on fresh, wet plaster. This required brushes of exceptional quality and painters of extraordinary skill because there was no room for error. Once the plaster began to set, there was no going back. The brush had to move with confidence and precision, each stroke permanent and final. In the villas of Pompeii, preserved forever by volcanic ash, we can still see the work of Roman brush makers and painters. The brushstrokes are confident, economical, masterful. These were not tentative artists, but confident professionals who understood their tools intimately. They knew exactly how much paint each brush could hold, exactly how it would behave on different surfaces, exactly when to clean and when to continue. The Romans also developed new binding agents, experimenting with everything from egg tempera to various plant-based binders. They created the first truly portable painting kits, allowing artists to travel with armies and administrators to document the expanding empire. Roman brushes were found as far away as Britain and North Africa, carrying with them not just artistic technique, but cultural values and aesthetic principles. In Roman homes, painting was not confined to public spaces, but became part of daily life. Wealthy Romans commissioned elaborate wall paintings for their private chambers, and even modest homes featured painted decorations. This created a massive demand for brushes and paints, leading to the world's first mass production of artist materials. Picture the workshops of Roman brush makers, where apprentices learned to sort animal hairs by length and quality, where masters taught the secrets of binding techniques passed down through generations. The best brushes were treasured possessions, passed from master to student, from father to son, accumulating the stories and skills of all who had used them. The paint makers, too, were craftsmen of the highest order. They knew where to find the best ochres, how to prepare the most stable binding agents, which combinations would produce colors that would not fade over the centuries. Their knowledge was both scientific and magical. They understood chemical reactions, even if they couldn't explain them in modern terms. The Illuminated Path. Medieval Monasteries and Islamic Golden Age. In the scriptoriums of faith. As the Roman Empire faded like watercolor in rain, a new chapter in our story began in the quiet scriptoriums of medieval monasteries, where the gentle scratch of quills on parchment was accompanied by the softer whisper of brushes applying gold leaf and precious pigments to illuminated manuscripts. Here, in spaces dedicated to prayer and preservation of knowledge, paint and brush became instruments of devotion, tools for glorifying the divine through beauty. Picture Brother Thomas, bent over his writing desk in the monastery of Saint-Denis, the morning light filtering through tall windows and illuminating the page before him. In his weathered hands, he holds a brush no larger than a blade of grass. its tip loaded with ultramarine blue, ground from lapis lazuli more precious than gold. Each stroke is a prayer, each color a hymn of praise. The medieval brush was a miracle of miniaturization. These were not tools for covering large surfaces, but instruments of precision, capable of creating details so fine they seem impossible, even by modern standards. The best brushes were made from the winter hair of ermine or sable, gathered at the peak of cold when the animal's coats were thickest and finest. A single brush might contain no more than a dozen hairs, each one selected and positioned with the care of a jeweler setting precious stones. The alchemy of illumination. The paints used in these manuscripts were nothing short of alchemical wonders. Gold was not merely applied, but transformed through secret techniques known only to master illuminators. The precious metal was ground to powder so fine it behaved like liquid light, mixed with binding agents that allowed it to flow from brush to parchment like captured sunshine. The blues were the true treasures of the medieval painter. Ultramarine, made from lapis lazuli ground to powder finer than flour, was literally worth its weight in gold. The stone had to be imported from the mountains of Afghanistan, carried along trade routes that spanned continents and cultures. In the monasteries, this precious pigment was reserved for the robes of the Virgin Mary, for the vault of heaven in depictions of paradise, for any element that demanded the most sacred of colors. But the medieval painters were also masters of making much from little. When ultramarine was too expensive, they created their own blues from local materials. Woad, grown in monastery gardens, could be processed into a serviceable blue. Copper compounds, carefully prepared in monastery workshops, produced greens that rivaled malachite. Every monastery became a center of chemical experimentation, though the brothers would have called it divine inspiration rather than science. The Islamic Renaissance of color. Meanwhile, in the great cities of the Islamic world, Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, paint and brush were experiencing their own renaissance. Islamic artists, freed from the Byzantine restrictions on figurative art, poured their creative energy into geometric patterns, calligraphy.
The Renaissance dawn, rebirth of classical beauty. The awakening in Florence. As we move deeper into our journey through time, we arrive at one of the most luminous chapters in the story of paint and brush, the Italian Renaissance, when these humble tools helped humanity rediscover its capacity for beauty, innovation, and artistic expression. Picture the cobblestone streets of Florence in the early 1400s, where the morning sun illuminates workshops humming with creative energy, and the air itself seems charged with possibility. In the workshop of a master like Sandro Botticelli, we witness the transformation of medieval craftsmanship into something approaching the modern conception of fine art. The brushes here are no longer merely tools of decoration or religious devotion, but instruments of human expression, capable of capturing not just the appearance of things, but their very essence. Renaissance brushmaking represented a revolution in both technique and philosophy. The finest brushes were now made from red sable hair, imported from the forests of Russia at enormous expense. But the real innovation lay in how these brushes were constructed. Renaissance brushmakers developed the modern ferrule, a metal band that held the hairs in perfect alignment while allowing for maximum flexibility. They learned to shape the brush tips with unprecedented precision, creating tools that could produce anything from the finest detail work to broad, expressive strokes. The science of seeing made manifest. But it was in the realm of paint that the Renaissance truly revolutionized artistic practice.
The development of oil painting, particularly in the workshops of Flemish masters like Jan van Eyck, transformed paint from a quick-drying, difficult-to-blend medium into something almost magical, a substance that remained workable for days, that could be layered and blended to create effects that seemed to rival reality itself. Imagine the wonder of the first artist to use oil-based paint, discovering that colors could be blended on the canvas itself, that subtle gradations could be achieved that had been impossible with tempera. The brush became not just an applicator of color, but a tool for modeling light and shadow, for creating the illusion of three-dimensional form on a flat surface. The preparation of oil paints was itself an art form. In the workshops of Renaissance masters, apprentices spent years learning to grind pigments to exactly the right fineness, to mix them with linseed oil in precisely the correct proportions. Too much oil, and the paint would never dry properly. Too little, and it would be difficult to work with, creating a surface that looked chalky and lifeless. The master's hand. Let us imagine a day in Leonardo da Vinci's workshop, where the master himself works alongside his apprentices, each brushstroke a lesson in technique and observation. Leonardo understood that the brush was an extension of the hand an extension of the eye an extension of the mind. His brushes were tools of investigation as much as creation, instruments for exploring the mysteries of light, shadow, anatomy, and expression. The Renaissance brought scientific methodology to art making. Artists began to understand color theory, perspective, and human anatomy in ways that their medieval predecessors never could. This knowledge transformed how they approached their brushes and paints. Colors were no longer simply applied, but carefully orchestrated to create specific psychological and visual effects. Renaissance artists also developed new techniques for brush maintenance and care. They understood that a fine brush was a significant investment, representing not just money, but the accumulated skill of master craftsmen. Brushes were cleaned with elaborate rituals, stored with reverent care, and often passed down from master to apprentice as treasured inheritances. The patron's gold and the artist's soul. The Renaissance also saw the emergence of a new relationship between artist and patron, which profoundly affected the development of paint and brush technology. Wealthy merchants and powerful nobles competed to commission the most beautiful works, driving demand for ever finer materials and techniques. In the Medici workshops in Florence, money was no object when it came to acquiring the finest brushes and most precious pigments. Ultramarine was used not sparingly, but lavishly, creating skies and robes that seemed to glow with celestial light. Gold leaf was applied not just to halos, but to entire backgrounds, creating artworks that functioned almost like windows into paradise. But perhaps more importantly, Renaissance artists began to experiment with new ways of using their traditional tools. They discovered that different brushes could create different emotional effects, that a soft, flowing brush stroke could suggest gentleness and grace, while a firm, decisive mark could convey strength and determination. The brush became not just a tool for applying color, but an instrument of artistic expression in its own right. The traveling workshop. The Renaissance was also an age of cultural exchange, and artistic techniques traveled along the same routes as merchants and diplomats. A brush technique developed in Venice might find its way to Antwerp, then to London, then back to Rome, each stop adding new refinements and variations. Picture a young artist traveling from workshop to workshop, carrying with him a small collection of precious brushes and a basic palette of carefully prepared pigments. In each city, he learns new techniques, how Flemish masters achieve such luminous flesh tones, how Venetian painters create such rich and atmospheric effects, how Northern European artists achieve such incredible detail. This cross-pollination of techniques led to rapid innovations in both brush making
and paint preparation. Competition between artistic centers drove constant improvement. Venetian brush makers competed with Florentine workshops to produce the finest tools. Flemish paint grinders developed secret techniques for preparing pigments that produced colors of unprecedented purity and stability. The Renaissance taught us that tools are only as good as the vision that guides them. The same brush in the hands of an apprentice produces competent work. In the hands of a master like Michelangelo or Raphael, it becomes an instrument of transcendence. The period reminds us that technological innovation must be paired with artistic vision to produce truly transformative art. The Northern Light, Flemish Masters and Oil Revolution. In the workshops of Bruges and Ghent, our journey now takes us northward, to the prosperous cities of Flanders, where the soft, diffused light filtering through ever-present clouds created perfect conditions for one of the most significant revolutions in the history of painting. Here, in the workshops of masters like Jan van Eyck and Rogier de Weden, oil painting reached a level of perfection that still takes our breath away 6 centuries later. Picture the workshop of Jan van Eyck in early morning, where apprentices prepare the day's materials with the precision of alchemists. The air is filled with the scent of linseed oil and lavender oil, turpentine and varnish, fragrances that would become as familiar to painters as incense to priests. On wooden pallets, pigments are being carefully mixed with oil, each color tested and adjusted until it reaches the perfect consistency. The Flemish revolutionized not just how paint was made, but how brushes were used. They developed techniques of layering that required brushes of extraordinary precision and control. These were not the bold, expressive brushes of Italian fresco painting, but instruments of whispered subtlety, capable of building up colors so gradually, so imperceptibly, that the final result seemed to emerge from the canvas like a vision materializing from mist. The discovery, or perhaps rediscovery, of oil painting represented one of those rare moments when technology and artistry converged to create something entirely new. Oil painting allowed for effects that had been impossible with tempera or fresco. Colors could be blended wet into wet, creating seamless gradations. Layers could be built up over time, each one modifying the ones beneath in subtle, complex ways. But working with oil required entirely new approaches to brush technique. The paint remained workable for much longer than tempera, which meant that artists could develop more sophisticated blending techniques. But it also meant that a careless brushstroke might disturb work that had taken days to complete. Flemish artists developed a repertoire of brush techniques that maximized the advantages of oil while minimizing its challenges. The finest Flemish brushes were works of art in themselves. Made from the winter hair of Kolinsky sables, these brushes maintained perfect points while holding substantial amounts of paint. The hair was bound to handles made from the finest hardwoods, often pear or apple wood that had been aged for years to prevent warping. The ferrules were made from silver or copper, materials chosen as much for their beauty as their functionality. The miracle of detail. What continues to amaze viewers of Flemish paintings is their incredible detail that seems impossible even by modern standards. In Van Eyck's
The Venetian glow, color and light united, where water meets pigment. Our story now carries us to Venice, that impossible city built on water, where the constant interplay of light, reflecting off canals, created conditions perfect for one of the most luminous chapters in the history of painting. In this floating palace of commerce and culture, Venetian masters like Giorgione, Titian, and Tintoretto pushed the use of paint and brush toward new realms of sensual beauty and emotional power. Imagine the workshop of Titian in the early morning when the light filtering through the tall windows carries the shimmer of water-reflected sunlight. The air is humid and salt-tinged, requiring special care in paint preparation. pigments must be protected from moisture. Brushes cleaned and dried with extra attention to prevent mold and deterioration. Yet this challenging environment also inspired innovations that would influence painting for centuries to come. The canvas revolution. One of Venice's most significant contributions to painting history was the widespread adoption of canvas as a painting surface. The humid climate made wood panels problematic. They warped and cracked in ways that were difficult to predict or prevent. Canvas, originally used for ship sails, proved to be an ideal alternative. It was portable, stable, and provided a surface that responded beautifully to oil paint. But painting on canvas required different brushes and techniques than painting on wood panels. Canvas had a pronounced texture that could either fight against the brush or be used as an ally in creating pictorial effects. Venetian painters learned to exploit this texture, using brushes that worked with the weave of the canvas to create effects of sparkling light and vibrant color that seemed to pulsate with life. The brushes used for canvas painting were larger and more robust than those used for panel painting. Venetian brush makers developed new binding techniques that could withstand the greater physical demands of canvas work. They experimented with different hair types, finding that certain combinations could hold more paint while maintaining the flexibility needed for expressive brushwork. The poetry of brushstrokes. Venetian painters elevated brushwork from mere technique to a form of visual poetry. In the hands of masters like Tintoretto, individual brushstrokes became visible elements of the composition, contributing not just to the description of forms, but to the emotional impact of the work. A single stroke might suggest the flash of light on water, the texture of silk, or the movement of wind through hair. This expressive use of brushwork required brushes of exceptional quality and painters of extraordinary skill. Venetian brushmakers created tools that could respond to the slightest pressure, that could hold substantial amounts of paint while maintaining precise control. These brushes had to be extensions of the artist's nervous system, capable of translating the most subtle intentions into visible marks. The preparation of paints for this style of painting also required innovation. Venetian painters developed binding agents that would allow paint to be applied in visible strokes without losing adhesion or color intensity. They learned to adjust the viscosity of their paints for different effects, sometimes thick and impasto for areas of high light, sometimes thin and translucent for subtle atmospheric effects. The color of empire. Venice was the gateway between Europe and the East, and this position gave Venetian painters access to pigments and materials unavailable elsewhere. Exotic colors arrived in Venetian workshops along the same trade routes that brought spices and silks. Ultramarine from Afghanistan, cinnabar from Spain, orpiment from Turkey. Venice was a marketplace of color as much as a marketplace of goods. But Venetian painters didn't simply use these exotic materials, they transformed them through innovative techniques. They developed new methods of paint preparation that maximized the luminosity of expensive pigments. They learned to layer colors in ways that created optical effects impossible with direct application. They pioneered techniques of glazing that allowed them to achieve depths of color that seemed to glow from within. The workshop as theater. Venetian painting workshops were theatrical spaces where the drama of creation was as important as the finished product. Unlike the quiet, contemplative atmosphere of Flemish workshops, Venetian studios buzzed with energy and experimentation. Master painters worked on multiple canvases simultaneously, moving from one to another as inspiration struck, leaving brushes loaded with paint on one work while applying different colors to another. This dynamic working method required a different approach to brush management.
Venetian painters developed techniques for keeping multiple brushes in perfect condition simultaneously. They learned to clean brushes quickly and efficiently without interrupting the flow of creative work. They experimented with different brush sizes and shapes for different stages of the painting process. Broad, flat brushes for laying in large areas of color, fine detail brushes for finishing touches, and medium-sized rounds for the majority of the work. The light that never fades. Perhaps the most magical aspect of Venetian painting was how masters like Titian learned to capture light itself. Not just the representation of light, but light that seemed to exist within the painting, independent of external illumination. This required understanding both the physics of how colors interact and the psychology of how viewers perceive luminosity. Venetian painters discovered that certain combinations of colors, when applied with specific brush techniques, could create the illusion of light emission rather than light reflection. They learned that warm colors advancing and cool colors receding could be manipulated through brushwork to create atmospheric depth that rivaled actual space. These discoveries transformed the brush from a simple applicator into an instrument of optical illusion. The legacy of Venetian painting extends far beyond technique, into the realm of artistic philosophy. Venetian masters demonstrated that painting didn't need to imitate sculpture or compete with drawing. It could be a unique art form with its own language, its own poetry, its own way of revealing truth. This insight liberated future generations of painters to explore the expressive possibilities inherent in paint and brush without apology or compromise. The Northern Renaissance, precision and devotion. In the studios of Dürer and Holbein. As our journey through time continues, we find ourselves in the workshops of the German and Northern European masters, where the marriage of Renaissance humanism with Gothic precision created some history's most technically accomplished paintings. Here in the studios of artists like Dürer in Nuremberg and Holbein in Basel, paint and brush achieved a level of precision that bordered on the miraculous. Imagine Dürer's workshop on a crisp morning in 1510, where every tool has its designated place and every material is prepared with scientific precision. Northern European artists brought a distinctly different sensibility to their use of paint and brush. Where Italian masters pursued idealized beauty and Venetian painters explored sensual color, Northern artists pursued truth through meticulous observation and flawless technique. The brushes used in Northern Renaissance workshops were marvels of precision engineering. German brush makers, inheriting centuries of craftsmanship tradition from medieval manuscript illuminators, created tools capable of rendering detail at almost microscopic levels. These brushes were made from the finest winter hair of red sable, each brush containing hair selected from the same part of the animal to ensure absolute consistency in behavior. The science of observation. Northern Renaissance painters approached their craft with the systematic methodology of natural philosophers. They understood that accurate representation required not just skilled hands, but scientific understanding of how light behaves, how colors mix, how different materials reflect and absorb illumination. This knowledge transformed how they used their brushes, turning them into instruments of investigation as much as creation. The Portrait Revolution. The Baroque drama, emotion in motion, the theater of light and shadow. Our journey now sweeps us into the dramatic world of the Baroque, where paint and brush became instruments of theatrical expression, tools for creating art that moved not just the eye but the soul. In the workshops of masters like Caravaggio in Rome, Rubens in Antwerp, and Rembrandt in Amsterdam, brushwork transformed from careful description into passionate expression, from whispered precision into bold declaration. Picture Caravaggio's workshop in the early 1600s, a space that felt more like a theater backstage than a traditional artist's studio. Here, dramatic lighting created pools of illumination and deep shadows, while the master worked with brushes that seemed extensions of his own dramatic temperament. The very air seemed charged with creative tension, as if the paintings themselves might step from their canvases and join the world of the living. Baroque painters revolutionized brush technique by understanding that viewers didn't need to see every detail rendered with photographic precision. They needed to feel the emotional truth of what was being portrayed. This insight liberated the brush from the constraints of pure description, allowing it to become an instrument of psychological expression. The revolution of chiaroscuro. Caravaggio's revolutionary use of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, required entirely new approaches to brush technique. Traditional methods of gradual modeling gave way to bold contrasts between light and dark, requiring brushes that could work both precisely and expressively. Areas of deep shadow might be painted with broad, confident strokes, while highlights were touched in with surgical precision. The brushes used for chiaroscuro painting had to be versatile instruments, capable of switching between different modes of expression within a single painting session. Caravaggio developed techniques for loading brushes with paint that would maintain its color integrity in both thick applications and thin glazes. He learned to use the brush not just to apply paint, but to manipulate it on the canvas, creating textures and effects that seemed to emerge spontaneously from the painting process itself. This approach required paints with different working properties than those used by earlier masters. Baroque painters developed faster drying mediums that would allow them to work alla prima, wet paint into wet paint, without losing control over color and form. They experimented with paint consistency, learning to adjust viscosity for different expressive effects within the same painting. Rubens and the celebration of flesh. In the workshop of Peter Paul Rubens, brush technique reached new heights of sensual expression. Rubens understood that flesh was not simply a surface to be colored, but a living material that absorbed and reflected light in complex ways. His brush became an instrument for celebrating the beauty of human physicality with unprecedented directness and joy. Rubens developed brush techniques that seemed to make painted flesh actually glow with inner life. He learned to build up flesh tones through careful layering, each brush stroke adding to the illusion of living tissue beneath painted surface. His brushes moved with the confidence of a musician playing a beloved instrument, every stroke contributing to the overall rhythm and harmony of the composition. The brushes in Rubens' workshop were selected and maintained with the care of musical instruments. Different brushes were reserved for different types of effects: soft, full brushes for modeling flesh, firm bristle brushes for rendering fabric and architectural details, fine sables for finishing touches and detail work. Apprentices learned not just how to use these tools, but how to care for them, understanding that brush maintenance was as important as brush technique. Rembrandt and the psychology of paint. Perhaps no artist in history used paint and brush more psychologically than Rembrandt van Rijn in his Amsterdam workshop. Brushwork became a language for exploring human character, emotional state, and the passage of time. His later paintings demonstrate how brush technique could convey not just physical appearance, but inner life, not just surface detail, but spiritual essence. Rembrandt's revolutionary approach to brushwork involved understanding that different painting areas required different types of handling. Faces might be painted with smooth, careful blending that revealed every nuance of expression, while clothing could be suggested with bold, expressive strokes that captured texture and form without literal description. The selective focus allowed viewers to concentrate on what was emotionally important in each painting. The evolution of Rembrandt's brush technique throughout his career demonstrates how personal experience can transform artistic expression. His early works show the precise, careful brushwork of a young master eager to display technical skill. His later paintings reveal brush handling of unprecedented freedom and expression, as if decades of experience had taught him exactly which details mattered and which could be suggested rather than stated. The courtly elegance of Van Dyck. Anthony Van Dyck brought to portrait painting a brush technique of unprecedented elegance and sophistication. His brushwork seemed effortless, as if the most complex passages had been painted without effort or struggle. This apparent ease was actually the result of extraordinary technical control and deep understanding of how brush technique could serve social and psychological purposes. Van Dyck's portraits of aristocrats and royalty required brush techniques that could suggest luxury, refinement, and social status through paint handling itself. Silk fabrics were painted with brushwork as smooth and lustrous as the materials they represented. Lace was suggested with touches so delicate that they seemed to float above the canvas surface. Hair was rendered with individual strokes that seemed to capture not just appearance, but movement and life. The workshop as academy. Baroque workshops functioned as informal academies where knowledge of brush technique was transmitted through direct observation and hands-on practice. Master painters didn't simply teach apprentices what to paint, but how to think about the relationship between brush, paint, and expressive intention. In Rubens' workshop, apprentices learned to prepare canvases with specific textures for different types of brushwork. They studied how different brush angles would create different effects, how pressure could be varied to control paint application, how the speed of brush movement affected the character of individual strokes. This systematic approach to brush technique created a generation of painters who understood their tools with unprecedented sophistication. The Baroque period established principles of expressive brushwork that would influence painting for centuries to come. The insight that technical means should serve expressive ends, that brush technique could convey emotion as directly as subject matter, that painting was as much about how something was painted as what was painted, these discoveries transformed art from craft into a language of human feeling and experience. The Rococo Garden, Delicacy and Grace. In the salons of sensibility. As our story moves deeper into the 18th century, we enter the refined pleasure world of Rococo painting, where brush and paint became instruments of sophisticated pleasure, tools for creating art that celebrated beauty, grace, and the sophisticated pleasures of aristocratic life. In the workshops of masters like Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, brushwork achieved a lightness and elegance that seemed to capture the very essence of 18th century refinement. Picture Watteau's studio in Paris, where the morning light filters through tall windows onto canvases that seem to shimmer with their own inner light. The atmosphere is one of quiet concentration mixed with aesthetic pleasure, as if the very act of painting itself were one of the refined arts that the century so valued. Here, brushes move with the delicacy of dancers, applying paint with touches so light and sure that they seem to caress the canvas rather than mark it. Rococo brush technique represented a refinement of Baroque expressiveness, channeling dramatic energy into more intimate, delicate effects. Where Baroque painters used bold brushwork to create powerful emotional impacts, Rococo artists learned to achieve subtle emotional effects through restraint, suggestion, and exquisite sensitivity to color and texture relationships. The Fête Galante and atmospheric painting. Watteau's invention of the Fête Galante, scenes of elegant outdoor entertainment, required new approaches to brush technique that could capture the flickering effects of light filtered through leaves, the subtle interactions of figure and landscape, the poetic mood of aristocratic leisure. His brushwork had to be precise enough to render complex figure groups, yet atmospheric enough to suggest outdoor light and air. The brushes used for such effects were marvels of delicacy and control. Rococo brushmakers perfected tools that could apply paint with the lightness of a whisper while maintaining complete control over color placement and blending. These brushes were made from the finest sable hair bound to handles of exotic woods that were themselves works of decorative art. Watteau developed techniques for applying paint in small, broken touches that would blend optically to create effects of shimmering light and atmospheric depth. This pointillé technique required brushes that could deliver consistent amounts of paint in precise locations, building up complex color effects through the accumulation of individual touches rather than through broad application and blending. Boucher and the art of seduction. Boucher brought to Rococo painting a brush technique of unprecedented sensuality, creating surfaces so luscious and appealing that they seemed to invite touch as much as sight. His mythological scenes and portraits achieved effects of physical beauty that were as much about paint handling as subject matter, demonstrating how brush technique could itself become a source of aesthetic pleasure. Boucher's flesh painting represents one of the high points of Western brush technique. His ability to suggest the softness and warmth of skin.
The Impressionist Revolution, capturing light and time. In the gardens of Giverny. Let us step now into the most revolutionary chapter of our story, where paint and brush were transformed from tools of careful representation into instruments for capturing the very essence of light, movement, and the fleeting moment. Picture Claude Monet in his garden at Giverny on a morning in 1890, his portable easel set before the lily pond, brushes loaded with colors so pure and brilliant they seemed to contain sunlight itself. The Impressionist Revolution was not merely about subject matter or artistic philosophy. It was fundamentally about a new relationship between artist, brush, and paint. Where earlier painters had used brushes to carefully model form and describe surface details, the Impressionists discovered that visible brushstrokes could become the subject itself, that the way paint was applied could convey light, atmosphere, and the passage of time with unprecedented directness. Monet's brushwork evolved throughout his career, from relatively conventional techniques to something entirely new in the history of art. In his late Water Lilies series, individual brushstrokes seemed to dance across the canvas surface, each one capturing a specific observation about light reflecting off water, yet contributing to an overall effect that transcends literal description to achieve pure visual poetry. The science of broken color. The Impressionists' revolutionary technique of broken color, applying pure colors in small, unmixed touches, required new approaches to both brush technique and color preparation. Instead of mixing colors on the palette, artists learned to place pure colors side by side on the canvas, allowing the viewer's eye to perform the optical mixing that created the final color effect. This technique required brushes that could apply small, precise touches of paint while maintaining enough flexibility to vary the size and character of individual marks. The Impressionists favored brushes that would hold substantial amounts of paint but release it in controlled quantities, allowing them to work rapidly while maintaining precise control over color placement. The paint itself had to behave differently than traditional preparations. Impressionist painters preferred paint with enough body to maintain the texture of individual brushstrokes, creating surfaces that seemed to shimmer with their own light. The new synthetic pigments developed during the Industrial Revolution provided the intense, pure colors that made optical mixing possible. Renoir and the Dance of Light. Pierre-Auguste Renoir brought to Impressionism a sensuality and joy that transformed brush technique into something resembling musical performance. His brushwork seems to dance across the canvas, following rhythms that echo the movement of his subjects. In paintings like Luncheon of the Boating Party, each brushstroke contributes not just to the description of forms, but to the overall rhythm and movement of the composition. Renoir's flesh painting represents Impressionist brush technique at its most sophisticated. He learned to model form through color temperature rather than traditional light and shadow, using warm and cool touches to create the illusion of three-dimensional form while maintaining the vibrant color that was central to Impressionist aesthetics. The brushes Renoir used for such effects had to be versatile instruments, capable of both precise detail work and more broad, more expressive handling. He preferred brushes that maintained their spring and responsiveness throughout extended painting sessions,
allowing him to work with the spontaneity that was central to his aesthetic approach. Degas and the moment captured. Edgar Degas brought a different sensibility to Impressionist brush technique, combining the movement's interest in light and atmosphere with his own fascination with the human figure in motion. His pastels and oil paintings demonstrate how Impressionist techniques could be adapted to capture not just outdoor light, but the artificial illumination of theaters, cafes, and ballet studios. Degas developed unique approaches to brush technique that allowed him to capture the fleeting gestures and movements of dancers and performers. His brushwork follows the line of movement in his subjects, creating a sense of kinetic energy that seems to continue beyond the boundaries of the canvas. Each stroke serves multiple purposes, describing form, suggesting movement, and contributing to the overall compositional rhythm. The artificial lighting conditions that fascinated Degas required new approaches to color mixing and brush application. Theater lights, gaslight, and candlelight created color effects that couldn't be achieved through traditional landscape-based Impressionist techniques. Degas learned to use his brushes to capture these unusual lighting conditions while maintaining the spontaneity and freshness that characterized the movement. Cézanne and the architecture of brushstrokes. Cézanne brought to post-Impressionism a systematic approach to brushwork that would influence generations of modern artists. His mature painting technique involved building up forms through parallel brushstrokes that followed the structural logic of his subjects. Each stroke was both expressive and architectural, contributing to overall compositional stability while maintaining individual character and vitality. Cézanne's famous declaration that he wanted to make of Impressionism something solid and durable like the art of the museums led him to develop brush techniques that combined Impressionist color and light with classical concerns for structure and permanence. His brushwork became more and more systematic and methodical, yet never lost its connection to direct observation and sensual response to nature. The plein air experience. The Impressionist movement transformed outdoor painting from an occasional sketching exercise into a fundamental practice of serious artistic creation. This shift required innovations in portable equipment and rapid painting techniques that would allow artists to capture changing light conditions before they disappeared. Picture Monet working on his series of Rouen cathedral paintings, returning day after day to the same subject at different times and in different weather conditions. His brushwork had to be both rapid enough to capture fleeting effects and systematic enough to create paintings that could stand as finished works of art. This required extraordinary technical control combined with complete artistic freedom. The portable painting equipment developed for plein air work included specialized brush holders, palette arrangements, and paint storage systems that allowed artists to work with maximum efficiency while maintaining the quality of their materials. Every element of the outdoor painting setup was designed to support the rapid, responsive brushwork that was central to Impressionist technique. The legacy of broken brushwork. The Impressionist revolution in brush technique established principles that would influence all subsequent developments in modern art. The insight that visible brushstrokes could convey visual and emotional information as directly as careful rendering opened possibilities for artistic expression that extended far beyond the specific concerns of Impressionism itself. Post-Impressionist artists like Van Gogh would take Impressionist brushwork in increasingly expressive directions, while Neo-Impressionists like Seurat would systematize broken color techniques into scientific methods. The Fauvists would push Impressionist color to new extremes of intensity and emotion, while Cubists would fragment Impressionist brushwork into geometric abstractions. The Impressionist period represents a crucial transition in the relationship between artist and materials. For the first time, the act of painting itself became as important as the subject being painted. Brushwork became a language of artistic personality, a means for artists to express their individual responses to visual experience through the direct manipulation of paint on canvas. The post-Impressionist evolution, personal vision. The individual voice. As the 19th century drew to a close, a new generation of artists began to push beyond Impressionism toward more personal and expressive uses of paint and brush.
These post-impressionist masters, Van Gogh, Gauguin, Toulouse-Lautrec, and others, transformed impressionist innovations in brushwork and color into vehicles for intensely personal artistic vision. Picture Vincent van Gogh in his studio in Arles, working with an intensity that seems to charge the very air around him. His brushes move across the canvas with passionate urgency, each stroke carrying not just color, but emotional weight, psychological content, spiritual yearning. Here the brush becomes more than a tool. It becomes an extension of the artist's soul, a means of translating inner experience directly into visible form. Van Gogh's revolutionary brush technique involved using the direction, rhythm, and texture of brushstrokes as expressive elements in their own right. His famous swirling skies and flame-like cypresses were created through brushwork that followed the emotional and spiritual content of his subjects rather than their mere physical appearance. Each stroke was both descriptive and expressive, contributing to the overall impact of the painting while maintaining its individual character and energy. Van Gogh's approach to materials was as passionate and personal as his subjects. He loaded his brushes with paint applied so thickly that it created sculptural textures on the canvas surface. This impasto technique required brushes sturdy enough to move substantial amounts of paint while maintaining enough sensitivity to create the varied textures that gave his work its distinctive character. The paints Van Gogh used were often applied directly from the tube, mixed minimally on the palette, creating colors of unprecedented intensity and purity. His brushwork followed the emotional logic of his subjects, smooth and flowing for peaceful scenes, agitated and energetic for psychological portraits, rhythmic and systematic for his famous
The modern explosion, Fauvism to abstract expressionism, the wild beasts of color. As we enter the 20th century, our story of paint and brush becomes one of revolution and liberation, where these humble tools become instruments for exploring the furthest reaches of human expression. In the studios of Paris during the first decade of the new century, a group of artists led by André Matisse and André Derain were earning the nickname Les Fauves, the wild beasts, for their bold, uncompromising use of color and expressive brushwork. Picture Matisse's studio in 1905, where tubes of paint are squeezed directly onto the canvas, where brushes seem to dance with joy across surfaces ablaze with colors that have never been seen in nature, but feel more true than any literal representation. Here, paint and brush are finally freed from the constraints of description, becoming pure instruments of emotional and spiritual expression. Fauvist brush technique represented a complete break with traditional approaches to painting. Where earlier artists had used brushwork to model form and suggest space, the Fauvists used brushstrokes as elements of design in their own right. Each mark was both expressive and decorative, contributing to the overall emotional impact of the painting while maintaining its individual character and energy. Matisse and the joy of pure color. Henri Matisse brought to early modern painting a sense of joy and liberation that transformed how brushes could be used. His brushwork was bold and confident, creating areas of pure color that seemed to sing with their own inner music. In works like Woman with a Hat, every brushstroke is visible and expressive, contributing to an overall effect of spontaneous creativity and emotional freedom. Matisse's approach to materials was revolutionary in its simplicity and directness. He preferred brushes that could hold substantial amounts of paint and release it in bold, confident strokes. His technique involved working rapidly and intuitively, allowing the brush to follow his immediate emotional response to his subjects rather than predetermined technical procedures. The paints Matisse used were often applied with minimal mixing, creating colors of unprecedented intensity and purity. His brushwork celebrated the physical properties of paint itself, its texture, its opacity, its capacity to hold light and create optical effects that transcended mere representation. Picasso and the fracturing of reality. Picasso's development from his blue period through Cubism demonstrates how modern brush technique could serve radically different artistic purposes within a single artist's career. His early work shows the influence of post-impressionist brushwork, while his later Cubist paintings develop entirely new approaches to applying paint that serve the movement's revolutionary approach to depicting reality. In Picasso's Cubist paintings, brushwork becomes architectural, building up fragmented forms through systematic application of paint that creates the illusion of multiple perspectives simultaneously. This required brushes and techniques that could work both precisely and expressively, creating paintings that were both intellectually rigorous and emotionally compelling. Picasso's famous ability to work in multiple styles simultaneously required mastery of different brush techniques for different purposes. His classical periods demanded traditional technical skills, while his experimental work required constant innovation in materials and methods. This versatility demonstrates how modern artists needed to understand their tools at the deepest level to achieve their artistic goals. German Expressionism and emotional intensity. The German Expressionist movement brought a different kind of intensity to modern brush technique, using paint and brush as weapons in a war against complacency and conventional beauty. Artists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner and Emil Nolde developed brushwork of unprecedented emotional directness, creating paintings that seem to scream their contents rather than whisper them. German Expressionist brush technique emphasized raw emotion over technical refinement. Brush strokes were bold, urgent, sometimes violent in their application. Paint was often applied thickly, creating sculptural surfaces that added tactile dimension to the visual impact of the painting. These artists understood that the way something was painted could be as important as what was painted in conveying emotional truth. The brushes used by German Expressionists were often unconventional tools: palette knives, rags, even fingers, anything that could apply paint with the immediacy and directness their aesthetic demanded. Traditional brush technique was abandoned in favor of methods that could translate feeling directly into visible form, without the mediation of academic convention. Abstract Expressionism and the liberation of the gesture. The Abstract Expressionist movement of the 1940s and 1950s represents perhaps the ultimate evolution of expressive brushwork, where paint and brush became vehicles for pure emotional and spiritual expression, freed entirely from the constraints of representation. In the studios of artists like Jackson Pollock and William de Kooning, brushwork became a form of performance, a way of translating the artist's entire physical and emotional being into painted form. Pollock's revolutionary drip paintings represent a complete reimagining of what paint and brush could do. By abandoning traditional brushwork entirely in favor of pouring and dripping paint directly onto canvas, Pollock created a new kind of painting that captured the energy and rhythm of the creative process itself. His paintings are records of physical movement, emotional states, and creative decisions made in real time. De Kooning's brushwork, by contrast, maintained connection to traditional techniques while pushing them to new extremes of expressiveness. His brush handling was both violent and tender, creating paintings that seemed to capture the full complexity of human emotion within abstract forms. Each brushstroke carried decades of accumulated skill, while serving entirely new purposes of personal expression. The tools of revolution. Modern painting required new tools and materials to serve its revolutionary purposes. Traditional brushes, designed for careful representation, were supplemented by palette knives, house painting brushes, and improvised tools that could handle paint in new ways. Artists began to use paint not just as a coloring material, but as a sculptural medium, building up surfaces that had actual physical dimension. The development of acrylic paints in the mid-20th century provided artists with new possibilities for immediate, direct painting. Unlike oil paints, which dried slowly and could be worked over extended periods, acrylics dried quickly and permanently, encouraging approaches to brushwork that emphasized spontaneity and decisiveness over careful planning and gradual development. Modern artists also began to experiment with unconventional painting surfaces: raw canvas, cardboard, metal, even found objects, each requiring different approaches to brush technique and paint application.
This experimentation expanded the vocabulary of mark making available to artists, creating new possibilities for artistic expression that would have been inconceivable to earlier generations. The studio as a laboratory. Modern art studios became laboratories for experimentation rather than workshops for traditional craft production. Artists like Pollock and de Kooning worked in spaces that looked more like scientific laboratories or dance studios than traditional painters' workshops, filled with experimental equipment and unconventional materials. This transformation of the studio reflected a fundamental change in how artists thought about their relationship to materials and tools. Rather than accepting traditional methods, modern artists felt free to invent new techniques, to use materials in unprecedented ways, to push tools beyond their intended purposes in service of artistic vision. The modern period established the principle that artistic expression should be limited only by the artist's imagination and courage, not by traditional technical constraints. This liberation of creative potential created possibilities for artistic expression that continue to influence contemporary art practice.
Contemporary innovations, digital age and beyond. The digital revolution. As our journey through the history of paint and brush approaches the present day, we encounter perhaps the most profound transformation since the invention of oil painting itself, the digital revolution. In studios around the world today, artists work with tools that would have been pure magic to masters of earlier centuries. Digital brushes that can replicate any traditional technique while offering possibilities that exist only in virtual space. Picture a contemporary artist's studio, where traditional easels stand beside computer screens displaying digital canvases of unlimited size, where physical brushes rest next to styluses that can simulate the behavior of sable, bristle, or any brush that has ever existed, or create entirely new types of marks that exist only in digital space. This is a moment of unprecedented possibility, where thousands of years of accumulated knowledge about paint and brush are being combined with technologies that expand creative possibilities beyond anything previously imaginable. Digital painting software like Photoshop, Procreate, and Corel Painter have created virtual brushes that can simulate not just the visual effects of traditional tools, but their physical behavior as well. A digital brush can be programmed to respond to pressure, angle, and speed, just like a physical brush, while offering additional parameters that exist only in digital space. Brushes that can randomly vary their color, texture, or opacity with each stroke. Brushes that can apply multiple colors simultaneously. Brushes that can blend and manipulate pixels in ways that would be impossible with physical paint. The persistence of traditional methods. Yet, remarkably, the digital revolution has not replaced traditional painting methods, but has instead renewed interest in them. Contemporary artists often work in both digital and traditional media, bringing insights from each to inform their work in the other. The tactile experience of physical brush on canvas, the unpredictability of paint mixing and flow, the irreversible nature of each mark. These qualities of traditional painting have gained new appreciation in an age where every digital mark can be undone. Art schools today teach both traditional brush techniques and digital methods, understanding that mastery of physical materials provides insights into color, texture, and mark making that inform digital work, while digital tools offer possibilities for experimentation and exploration that can enhance traditional practice. The finest traditional brushes continue to be made by hand using methods that have changed little over centuries. Companies like Winsor & Newton, Raphael, and Da Vinci continue to produce brushes using traditional materials and construction methods, while also developing new products that serve contemporary artistic needs. New materials, new possibilities. The contemporary art world has also seen the development of new physical materials that expand the possibilities of traditional painting.
Water-soluble oil paints combine the working properties of oil paint with the convenience of water-based cleanup. Heavy-body acrylics can be used to create impasto effects that rival oil paint while drying quickly and permanently. Specialty mediums allow artists to alter the texture, drying time, and working properties of paint to serve specific artistic purposes. Contemporary brush making has also benefited from new materials and manufacturing techniques. Synthetic bristles can now replicate the properties of natural hair while offering greater durability and consistency. New ferrule designs and handle materials provide improved performance and longevity. Brushes can be manufactured to precise specifications that ensure consistent performance from brush to brush and batch to batch. The expanded definition of painting. Contemporary artists have expanded the definition of painting to include techniques and materials that would have been inconceivable to earlier generations. Artists paint with unconventional materials, coffee, wine, ash, found pigments extracted from the environment. They use unconventional tools, squeegees, spray bottles, their own bodies to apply paint in new ways. Installation artists create paintings on architectural scales, using brushes the size of mops to cover entire walls or even buildings. Performance artists use paint and brush as elements in time-based works that exist only for the duration of their creation. Digital artists create paintings that exist only as pixels of light, never physically manifesting, but capable of being reproduced infinitely without degradation. Sustainability and ethical considerations. The contemporary art world has also become increasingly aware of the environmental and ethical implications of art making. Artists and manufacturers are developing sustainable alternatives to traditional materials. Synthetic brushes that replace animal hair, non-toxic paints that reduce environmental impact, digital techniques that eliminate waste entirely. This awareness has led to renewed interest in traditional techniques and materials that are inherently sustainable. Natural pigments, traditional binding agents, and handmade tools appeal to artists seeking to reduce their environmental impact while connecting with historical traditions of art making. The democratization of art making. Perhaps the most significant aspect of contemporary painting is how digital tools have democratized art making. High-quality digital painting software is available at a fraction of the cost of traditional art supplies, making serious art making accessible to people who might not have been able to afford traditional materials. Online tutorials and communities have created learning opportunities that didn't exist in previous generations. An aspiring artist can learn from masters around the world, access educational content that would have been available only to art school students, and share their work with global audiences without the mediation of traditional art world institutions. The future of paint and brush. As we look toward the future, the story of paint and brush continues to evolve. Virtual and augmented reality technologies promise to create entirely new kinds of painting experiences, where artists can paint in three-dimensional space, manipulating color and light with gesture alone. Artificial intelligence is beginning to create artworks that challenge our understanding of creativity and artistic authorship. Yet the fundamental human impulse that led our cave-dwelling ancestors to mix earth with water and press it to stone walls remains unchanged. Whether working with traditional brushes and paint or with the most advanced digital tools, contemporary artists are engaged in the same essential activity, translating inner vision into visible form, communicating across the barriers of time and space, leaving marks that say, "I was here, I saw this, I felt this, I created this." The story of paint and brush is really the story of human creativity itself, of our endless capacity to transform simple materials and tools into vehicles for the deepest expressions of human experience. From the ochre-stained fingers of our earliest ancestors to the light pixels of digital art,
We continue to seek new ways to make the invisible visible, to share our inner worlds with others, to create beauty and meaning in a universe that often seems devoid of both. The epilogue, the eternal gesture. The whisper that echoes through time. As our long journey through the history of paint and brush draws to a close, let us return for a moment to that first cave painter, sitting in flickering firelight 40,000 years ago, holding a simple stick frayed at one end, loaded with ochre mixed with animal fat. In that moment, something profound happened that echoes through every brushstroke made since. The transformation of simple materials into vessels for human expression. The alchemy of turning earth and water into meaning and beauty. That first painter could never have imagined the journey we have taken together, through Egyptian tombs and medieval monasteries, Renaissance workshops and Impressionist gardens, modern studios and digital galleries. They could not have foreseen the countless innovations, the brilliant discoveries, the passionate debates about color and light, form and expression, tradition and revolution. Yet in that simple gesture, brush to wall, pigment to stone, they began a conversation that continues today in every studio, in every moment when an artist picks up a brush and approaches a blank surface with hope and determination. The unchanged heart. For all the technological advances we have witnessed, all the new materials and techniques, the fundamental relationship between artist, tool, and vision remains mysteriously unchanged. Whether working with a sable brush and oil paint, or a digital stylus and pixels of light, the contemporary artist faces the same essential challenge that confronted that first case.
A bedtime story of the pencil. Close your eyes for a moment, dear listener, and let me paint you a picture with words. It is the year 1564, and somewhere in the misty hills of northern England, in a place called Borrowdale, the earth has just revealed one of its most precious secrets. Picture this: shepherds trudging through the Cumberland countryside, their woolen cloaks heavy with morning dew, their faithful dogs trotting beside them through the heather. The air smells of wild thyme and wet stone, and overhead clouds drift like gentle thoughts across an endless sky. These simple men, whose hands know the texture of wool and whose eyes know every fold in these ancient hills, are about to stumble upon something that will change the course of human expression forever. There, where lightning has struck an old oak tree, where the earth has been split open like the pages of a book waiting to be read, they find it. A strange, dark substance, smooth as silk, soft as charcoal, yet unlike anything they have ever seen. They do not know it yet, but they are holding in their rough, weathered hands the future of art, of learning, of every love letter ever written, every mathematical equation ever solved, every story ever told. This is graphite, pure and perfect, and this is where our gentle journey begins tonight. Not with the cold precision of industry, but with wonder, with the simple human impulse to make a mark, to leave a trace, to say, I was here, I thought this, I felt this, I dreamed this. So settle back, let your breathing slow, and let me tell you the long, beautiful story of perhaps the humblest yet most profound tool ever created by human ingenuity. This is the story of the pencil. Not just wood and graphite and metal, but hope and possibility, creativity and connection, the bridge between the mind and the world.
Before the beginning, the ancient impulse to mark. But to truly understand our story, we must travel even further back in time, to a place before pencils, before paper, before the very idea of writing as we know it.
Come with me now to a cave in southern France, 30,000 years ago. The fire crackles in the center of the cavern, casting dancing shadows on rough stone walls. Outside, the Ice Age wind howls through valleys where mammoths once roamed. Inside, there is warmth, there is safety, and there is something even more precious. There is the first stirring of what we might call the human need to create, to communicate, to leave something beautiful behind. A woman, let us call her Aria, for in this story every voice matters, dips her finger into the ochre clay she has mixed with animal fat and charcoal. Her hands, stained red and black, move across the cave wall with surprising grace. She is painting a horse, not just any horse, but the horse she saw this morning, running free across the frozen plain, its mane flowing like water, its hooves drumming the earth like heartbeats. Why does she do this? Perhaps to record what she has seen, perhaps to call magic into the hunt, perhaps simply because the beauty of that running horse has filled her heart so completely that she must let it flow out through her fingers onto this eternal canvas of stone. We cannot ask her now, but we can feel, across 30 millennia, the same impulse that drives every child to pick up a crayon, every artist to lift a brush, every poet to put pen to paper. This is the birth of the mark-making impulse, and it is sacred. From those cave walls, the human desire to mark and record spread like ripples on a vast pond. In ancient Egypt, scribes used reed pens dipped in ink made from soot and gum arabic, their hieroglyphs flowing like prayers across papyrus scrolls. Can you imagine the concentration required, the reverence for each mark? Every symbol was precious, every line deliberate. To waste papyrus or ink was nearly unthinkable. In ancient Greece, students practiced their letters on wax tablets, using a stylus, a pointed tool that could both write and erase by flipping it over to use the flat end. There was something beautiful about this impermanence, this ability to try, to fail, to smooth the wax and try again. Learning was not about perfection, but about practice, about the patient building of skill through repetition. The Romans improved upon this, creating more sophisticated tools, more durable surfaces. But still, writing remained the province of the educated few, a skill that required resources, training, time. The tools were precious because the ability to record thought was precious. But none of these early writing instruments had the particular magic that we would eventually find in the pencil. The ability to make marks that were both permanent enough to last and gentle enough to forgive, dark enough to see clearly and light enough to build gradually, precise enough for detailed work, and forgiving enough for the trembling hand of a child learning to write their name for the first time.
The discovery, when Earth revealed its secret. Now let us return to that moment in Borrowdale in 1564 and linger there a while, for it is one of those pivotal points in history when the world changed quietly, without fanfare, without anyone realizing the magnitude of what had just occurred. The shepherds, Thomas and William, let us give them names for they deserve to be remembered, knelt beside the fallen tree. The lightning had been fierce the night before, the kind of storm that makes the hills themselves seem to tremble. Where the great oak had stood for perhaps 2 centuries, its roots now lay exposed, and there, nestled in the earth like a sleeping dragon, was a vein of something extraordinary. Thomas reached down first, his curiosity overcoming his caution. The substance came away in his hands like butter, soft and dark, and somehow alive with possibility. Without thinking, he drew his hand across a nearby rock, and there it was, a mark, clear and dark, unlike anything charcoal could make, more reliable than anything clay could produce. "Will," he called to his companion, his voice hushed with wonder. "Will, come see this." William approached, and together they experimented with their strange discovery. They found they could mark the fleece of their sheep with it, creating symbols that would not wash away easily. They could draw upon stones, upon the bark of trees, upon anything that would accept a mark. The substance seemed eager to share itself, to spread its darkness wherever it was invited to go. What they had discovered, though they had no name for it yet, was the purest deposit of graphite ever found on Earth. Graphite, from the Greek word graphein, meaning to write, was so perfectly suited to making marks that it seemed as though the Earth itself had been waiting millions of years to offer this gift to humanity. But this was no ordinary graphite. The Borrowdale deposit was unique, formed under such specific geological conditions that it created crystals of extraordinary purity and softness. While graphite exists in many places around the world, nowhere else would it be found in such abundance, in such quality that it could be mined in solid pieces and used directly as a writing instrument. Word of the discovery spread slowly, as news did in those days. First to the local farmers, who found they could use it to mark their sheep more effectively than any other substance they had tried. Then to the merchants, who traveled the rough roads between towns buying wool and selling manufactured goods. They saw the value immediately. Here was something that could make clear, lasting marks without the mess of ink or the breakability of chalk. From the merchants, news reached the educated classes, the clergy, the scholars, the artists who were always seeking better tools for their work. And from there, slowly, but inevitably, the secret of Borrowdale graphite began to change the world. The locals called it wad or black coke, and they quickly realized its value. In fact, the deposit was so precious that it was only mined for 6 weeks each year, and the graphite was guarded as carefully as gold. Armed guards escorted shipments, and severe penalties awaited anyone caught stealing even small amounts of the miraculous substance. Think about that for a moment. Here was a material so valuable that it required armed guards, not because it was rare in the way that gems are rare, but because it was useful in a way that few things had ever been useful to the human spirit. It democratized mark-making. It made recording thoughts and images accessible in a way they had never been before.
The first pencils, wrapping wonder in wood. But pure graphite, for all its miraculous properties, presented a problem that any child who has ever held a piece of charcoal will understand. It was messy. It stained fingers. It broke easily. It left marks where marks were not wanted. The miracle substance needed a garment, a housing, a way to be held and controlled without losing its essential character. The solution, like so many of the best solutions, was elegantly simple. Someone, and history has forgotten who, though we should honor their unnamed genius, thought to wrap the graphite in something that would protect both it and the hand that held it. The earliest attempts were charmingly primitive. String was wrapped around sticks of graphite to provide a grip. Cloth was wound around them. Some enterprising souls even tried inserting graphite into hollow reeds, creating the world's first mechanical pencils, though they didn't know to call them that. But it was the woodworkers, those patient craftsmen who understood the nature of grain and the behavior of different woods, who found the perfect solution. They discovered that certain softwoods could be carved into perfect sheaths for graphite. Cedar became the favorite. Aromatic, easy to carve, resistant to warping, and pleasantly fragrant when sharpened. Picture, if you will, a workshop in 17th century England. The light is golden, filtering through small, irregularly shaped windows. Wood shavings carpet the floor like aromatic snow. The air smells of cedar and linseed oil and the particular kind of satisfaction that comes from work done well with one's hands. Master craftsman John Fletcher, let us give him a name and a story, for someone like him surely existed, sits at his workbench, a piece of precious Borrowdale graphite before him. He has been commissioned to create something special, something that will allow the local schoolmaster to write and draw without the constant mess and breakage that comes with raw graphite. Fletcher's hands, seasoned by years of shaping wood, move with practiced precision.
He selects a piece of cedar, aged and dried to perfection. With careful strokes of his plane, he creates a groove down the center of the wood, just the right size to hold the graphite snugly, but not so tight as to crack it. The graphite fits perfectly, nestled in its wooden cradle like a sleeping child in its mother's arms. Fletcher places another piece of wood on top, carefully aligned, then uses hide glue, strong but not brittle, to bind the two halves together. When the glue has dried, he uses his smallest plane to shape the outside, creating something that sits comfortably in the hand, neither too thick nor too thin. The final step is perhaps the most satisfying, the sharpening. With a small, sharp knife, he carefully pares away the wood at one end, exposing the graphite core. He works slowly, patiently, creating a point that is sharp enough to make fine lines, but not so fragile that it will break at the first touch of paper. When he holds up the finished product, something magical has occurred. What was once a messy, difficult-to-handle piece of mineral has become something graceful, controlled, precise. It is no longer just a tool. It has become an extension of the hand, of the mind, of the heart. It is the world's first true pencil. Word of these wooden pencils spread more quickly than news of the original graphite discovery had. Unlike raw graphite, which required careful handling and left stains, these wooden pencils could be carried easily, used cleanly, and lasted much longer. They were, in every sense, a perfect improvement on the original discovery. But, as with all good things, demand soon outstripped supply. The Borrowdale deposit, precious as it was not infinite. And England, recognizing the strategic value of having a monopoly on the world's finest graphite, began restricting exports. Other countries, seeing the usefulness of pencils but unable to access English graphite, were forced to find alternatives. This scarcity, as frustrating as it must have been at the time, turned out to be one of history's happiest accidents. Because when people cannot have exactly what they want, they often invent something even better.
The Continental Innovation, when necessity sparked genius. Across the English Channel, in the workshops and laboratories of continental Europe, brilliant minds were wrestling with a problem that would ultimately lead to one of the most elegant solutions in the history of manufacturing. The year is 1795, and France is not a happy place. The revolution has turned the world upside down, trade with England has stopped, and among the many shortages the French face is one that might seem trivial, but is actually quite serious. They cannot get good pencils. English graphite is no longer available, and the continental alternatives are poor, either too hard to make a dark mark or too soft to hold their shape. Into this crisis steps a man whose name deserves to be remembered alongside the greatest inventors in history, Nicolas Jacques Conté. He is an unusual figure, part artist, part scientist, part alchemist. He has been commissioned by the French government to solve the pencil problem, and he approaches it with the methodical patience of a true innovator. Conté's workshop in Paris is a place of controlled chaos. Tables are covered with different types of clay, various grades of graphite powder, tiny crucibles for testing, and notebooks filled with precise observations. The air smells of wood smoke from the kilns, of graphite dust, of the particular metallic scent that comes from grinding minerals. For months, Conté experiments. He knows that he cannot match the purity of Borrowdale graphite, so he must find another way. His breakthrough comes when he realizes that he doesn't need to match it. He can improve upon it. What if, he wonders, instead of using pure graphite, he mixed graphite powder with clay and then baked the mixture? The clay would act as a binder, holding the graphite particles together, while the amount of clay would determine the hardness of the final product. More clay would make a harder pencil, less clay would make a softer one. It is a moment of pure genius, the kind of leap of understanding that seems obvious only after someone has thought of it first. Conté's first experiments are failures.
The mixture is too crumbly or too hard or burns unevenly in the kiln. But he persists, adjusting the proportions, changing the baking temperature, trying different types of clay. His notebooks fill with precise measurements, careful observations, small sketches of promising results. Then, one evening in late autumn, as the light fades outside his workshop windows and the first snow begins to fall on the streets of Paris, Conté opens his kiln and finds perfection. The graphite clay mixture has baked into smooth, uniform rods that are neither too hard nor too soft. When he tests them, they make clear, dark marks that can be varied in intensity by adjusting the pressure. But more than that, and this is where Conté's genius truly shows, he has created a system. By varying the ratio of graphite to clay, he can create pencils of different hardnesses, each suited to different purposes. Soft pencils for bold strokes and shading, hard pencils for fine detail work, medium pencils for everyday writing. He has invented what we now call the modern pencil, and in doing so, he has given artists and writers and students and dreamers a tool of unprecedented versatility. The French government is delighted. France has just not a substitute for English pencils, but something better, a range of pencils that can be manufactured to precise specifications and produced in any quantity needed. But Conté, true innovator that he is not finished. He realizes that his graphite clay mixture needs to be protected and made easy to hold, just as the original Borrowdale graphite had been wrapped in wood. He develops improved techniques for embedding his manufactured graphite cores in cedar wood, creating pencils that are both functional and beautiful. The Conté process, as it comes to be known, spreads across Europe and eventually around the world. It is still, with only minor modifications, the process used to make pencils today. Every pencil you have ever held, every mark you have ever made with graphite on paper, connects you to that moment in Conté's workshop when necessity and genius combined to create something that would outlast empires.
Across the Atlantic, the American innovation. As the 18th century drew to a close, and the 19th century dawned bright with possibility, the pencil crossed the Atlantic Ocean in the pockets and luggage of immigrants, traders, and dreamers seeking new lives in the New World. What they found in America was a land rich in forests, full of entrepreneurial spirit, and hungry for the tools of education and communication. The early American pencil industry was born from a combination of European knowledge and American ingenuity, and nowhere was this more evident than in the story of William Monroe, a cabinetmaker from Concord, Massachusetts, who in 1812 became one of America's first pencil manufacturers. Monroe's workshop was a temple to American craftsmanship. The morning light streamed through tall windows onto workbenches made from solid oak, where skilled craftsmen shaped cedar wood with tools that had been passed down from father to son. The air was thick with the scent of wood shavings and the satisfaction of work done with pride and precision. But Monroe was more than just a craftsman. He was an innovator. European pencils were made by carving a groove in one piece of wood, inserting the graphite, and then gluing another piece of wood on top. Monroe realized he could improve upon this process by cutting the wood into perfect halves, creating precise grooves in both pieces, and then sandwiching the graphite core between them with such precision that the joint was nearly invisible. Picture Monroe in his workshop, working by the light of an oil lamp as evening falls over Concord. His hands, stained with graphite and fragrant with cedar, move with the assurance of a master craftsman. Each pencil he creates is not just a tool, but a small work of art, a testament to the American belief that anything worth doing is worth doing better than it has ever been done before. But it was another Concord resident who would give the American pencil industry its most famous name and its most enduring legacy. Henry David Thoreau. Yes, the same Thoreau who would later write Walden and become one of America's most beloved philosophers, was also one of America's most innovative pencil manufacturers.
Thoreau's family business, founded by his father John, was struggling to compete with imported European pencils when Henry decided to apply his considerable intellect to the problem. He was not content to simply copy European methods. He wanted to understand the very nature of what made a good pencil good. Thoreau embarked on what might be called the first scientific study of pencil manufacturing in America. He obtained samples of the finest European pencils and subjected them to careful analysis. He ground them up, examined the graphite under magnifying glasses, tested different ratios of graphite to clay, and experimented with various baking temperatures. What he discovered was that the key to making superior pencils lay not just in the materials or the manufacturing process, but in understanding the relationship between all the components. The wood had to be aged properly and cut with the grain oriented in exactly the right direction. The graphite clay mixture had to be ground to a specific fineness and baked at precisely controlled temperatures. Even the glue used to bind the wood halves had to be applied in just the right amount and allowed to cure under specific conditions. Thoreau's innovations resulted in pencils that were widely considered to be the equal of the finest European imports. More importantly, his systematic approach to manufacturing established principles that would guide American pencil making for generations to come. But Thoreau brought something else to pencil making that was uniquely American and uniquely his own: a philosophy. He understood that pencils were not just tools for making marks on paper, but instruments of thought, creativity, and human connection. In one of his journal entries, he wrote about the satisfaction of creating something useful with one's own hands, something that would enable others to express their thoughts and dreams. It's impossible to think about Thoreau's pencils without imagining him using one to write the first drafts of Walden, sitting beside the pond that would make him famous, watching the play of light on water while his pencil moved across paper, capturing thoughts that would inspire generations of readers to look more carefully at the natural world and their place within it. The success of American pencil manufacturers like Monroe and Thoreau established the United States as a major force in the global pencil industry. American innovations in mass production, quality control, and marketing would eventually make American pencils among the most sought after in the world. But more than that, the American pencil industry embodied something essential about the American character: the belief that any problem could be solved with enough ingenuity, hard work, and willingness to try new approaches. The pencil, humble as it might seem, became a symbol of American innovation and entrepreneurship.
The Industrial Revolution, when handcraft met machine. As the 19th century progressed, the gentle rhythm of individual craftsmen working in small workshops began to give way to something entirely new in human history: the age of the machine. The Industrial Revolution was transforming every aspect of manufacturing, and the pencil industry was no exception. The transformation was both exciting and melancholy. There was something beautiful about watching a master craftsman shape a single pencil with his hands, feeling the wood respond to his tools, adjusting each cut based on the grain of that particular piece of cedar. But there was also something miraculous about machines that could produce hundreds of pencils in the time it took a craftsman to make one, each pencil identical to the last, each one perfect in its own mass-produced way. In 1856, a man named Hyman Lipman received a patent that would change the pencil forever, though perhaps not in the way he intended. Lipman's innovation was simple but revolutionary. He attached an eraser to the end of a pencil, held in place by a small metal ferrule. For the first time, writers had the ability to both make marks and remove them using a single tool. Picture the moment when Lipman first tested his invention. There he sat at his desk, probably in the evening after a long day of other work, with his prototype in hand. He made a mark on a piece of paper, perhaps just a simple line or maybe his own name. Then, turning the pencil around, he used the attached eraser to remove part of what he had written. It seems so simple to us now that it's hard to imagine the satisfaction he must have felt. Here was a tool that acknowledged something fundamental about the human condition. We make mistakes, and we should be able to correct them easily and cleanly. The pencil with eraser was not just a writing instrument, it was a tool of forgiveness, of second chances, of the possibility of improvement.
But Lippmann's innovation was just one part of a much larger transformation taking place in pencil manufacturing. Steam-powered machinery was beginning to replace hand tools. Precision measuring devices ensured that every pencil was exactly the same size. Mechanical cutting devices could shape wood more quickly and accurately than the steadiest human hand. The Faber-Castell Company in Germany was at the forefront of these innovations. Founded by Caspar Faber in 1761, the company had grown steadily through the late 18th and early 19th centuries, but it was under the leadership of Lothar von Faber that it became a global powerhouse in pencil manufacturing. Von Faber was a fascinating character, part businessman, part inventor, part showman. He understood that in the industrial age, success would go not just to those who could make good products, but to those who could make good products efficiently, market them effectively, and build brands that customers would trust and desire. He established the first truly modern pencil factory, with steam-powered machinery, assembly line production methods, and quality control systems that ensured consistency across thousands of pencils. But von Faber also understood that industrial efficiency was not enough. Pencils still needed to be beautiful, comfortable to use, and reliable. Walking through von Faber's factory in the 1860s would have been like stepping into the future. The main floor was filled with massive steam-powered machines that could cut cedar wood into perfect slats with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. Other machines created the precise grooves needed to hold the graphite cores, while others applied glue with mechanical precision and pressure that ensured perfect bonding every time. The workers in von Faber's factory were skilled technicians rather than traditional craftsmen, but there was still something deeply satisfying about their work. They were part of a process that was transforming raw materials, wood, graphite, clay, paint, metal, into tools that would be used by school children learning to write their names, by artists creating masterpieces, by scientists recording their discoveries, by lovers writing letters, by poets capturing their dreams. The Industrial Revolution in pencil manufacturing was not without its costs. The intimate relationship between craftsman and product was lost. The individual character that came from slight variations in handmade items was replaced by mechanical uniformity. Some of the romance of pencil making disappeared into the mechanical rhythms of factory production. But what was gained was perhaps even more valuable: accessibility. Industrial production made pencils cheap enough that virtually anyone could afford them. A tool that had once been a luxury item available only to the wealthy and educated became a common possession of every schoolchild, every office worker, every person who needed to write or draw. The democratization of the pencil was one of the great democratizing forces of the 19th century. When anyone could afford a pencil and paper, anyone could participate in the written culture that had previously been limited to the elite. Ideas could spread more quickly. Education could reach more people, and human creativity could flourish in ways that had never before been possible.
The Great Pencil Wars. Dixon versus the world. By the middle of the 19th century, the pencil industry had become truly international, and with that globalization came competition that was both fierce and fascinating. At the center of this competition was a man whose name would become synonymous with pencils in America: Joseph Dixon. Dixon was born in 1799 in Marblehead, Massachusetts, and from an early age showed the kind of restless curiosity that marks the true inventor. As a young man, he experimented with everything from photography to printing, but it was graphite that captured his imagination and would make his fortune. In 1827, Dixon started the Joseph Dixon Crucible Company in Jersey City, New Jersey. His factory was different from the European pencil manufacturers in important ways. While they focused on traditional methods and gradual improvements, Dixon embraced radical innovation and mechanical ingenuity. Dixon's first breakthrough came when he developed new methods for purifying American graphite. The graphite found in the United States was not as pure as the legendary Borrowdale deposit, but Dixon discovered that through careful processing and mixing, he could create graphite cores that were actually superior to the English originals in many ways. But it was Dixon's approach to manufacturing that truly set his company apart. He was one of the first pencil manufacturers to fully embrace steam power and mechanical production.
His factory in Jersey City was a marvel of 19th century industrial engineering, with machines that could perform every step of pencil production with unprecedented speed and precision. Picture the Dixon factory on a typical day in the 1850s. Steam engines provided power through an elaborate system of belts and pulleys that connected to machines throughout the building. The sound was rhythmic and hypnotic. The regular thump of steam pistons, the whir of cutting blades, the gentle rumble of conveyor systems moving pencils from one stage of production to the next. In the wood preparation area, massive circular saws cut cedar logs into perfect planks, which were then fed into planing machines that could produce slats of exactly the right thickness. The precision was remarkable. Each slat was identical to within thousandths of an inch, something that would have been impossible with hand tools. The graphite preparation area was equally impressive. Dixon had developed machinery that could grind graphite and clay together to a fineness that had never been achieved before, then mix them with water and binding agents in precise proportions. The resulting mixture was extruded through dies to create perfectly uniform cores that were then cut to exact lengths. But Dixon's real genius lay not just in manufacturing efficiency, but in understanding what customers wanted. He realized that different users needed different types of pencils, and he developed an extensive line of products to meet those needs. For artists, he created soft pencils that could produce rich, dark lines and smooth shading. For engineers and draftsmen, he made hard pencils that could create precise, fine lines that wouldn't smudge. For school children, he produced medium-grade pencils that were forgiving of heavy-handed use, but still capable of making clear, readable marks. Dixon also understood the importance of branding and marketing in ways that his European competitors did not. He stamped his name prominently on every pencil and developed advertising campaigns that emphasized the superiority of American manufacturing. His pencils came in distinctive yellow packages that made them instantly recognizable, and he offered guarantees of quality that were revolutionary for the time. The competition between Dixon and his European rivals became legendary in the industry. European manufacturers, particularly the Germans, had centuries of tradition and reputation behind them. They marketed their pencils as luxury items, emphasizing craftsmanship and heritage. Dixon took a different approach. He positioned his pencils as examples of American innovation and efficiency. His advertising emphasized that Dixon pencils were not just as good as European pencils, they were better, and they cost less. He offered money-back guarantees, bulk pricing for schools and businesses, and customer service that was unheard of in the industry. The strategy worked brilliantly. By the 1860s, Dixon was selling millions of pencils per year, not just in the United States, but around the world. His pencils were used in schools across America, in government offices, by railroad companies for their record keeping, and by the millions of Americans who were learning to read and write as public education expanded. But perhaps Dixon's greatest contribution to the pencil industry was his understanding that pencils were not luxury items to be coveted, but everyday tools to be used freely and without concern for cost. He made pencils so affordable that people could use them without worrying about waste, so reliable that teachers could count on them working properly, so consistent that users could develop preferences for specific grades and types. This philosophy of abundance rather than scarcity transformed how Americans thought about writing and drawing tools. When pencils were expensive and hard to obtain, people used them sparingly, carefully. When they became cheap and reliable, people used them freely, creatively, experimentally. The psychological impact of this change cannot be overstated. Dixon's success sparked imitators and competitors across America and around the world. The pencil wars of the late 19th century saw constant innovation as companies competed not just on price and quality, but on features, marketing, and customer service. The result was rapid improvement in every aspect of pencil design and manufacturing. By the time Joseph Dixon died in 1869, his company was one of the largest pencil manufacturers in the world, and American pencils were recognized globally as examples of industrial innovation and efficiency. More importantly, Dixon had helped establish the pencil as an essential tool of modern life, as necessary and unremarkable as buttons or nails or any of the other small, essential items that enable civilization to function.
The Golden Age, when every hand held hope. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century dawned, the pencil entered what historians of manufacturing might call its golden age. This was the era when the pencil achieved its perfect form, the shape and function that would remain essentially unchanged for more than a century. It was also the era when the pencil became truly universal. In classrooms across America and Europe, in offices and factories, in the hands of artists and engineers and housewives keeping accounts, pencils became as common and essential as shoes or spectacles. They were no longer tools. They were extensions of the human hand and mind. The standardization that had begun with industrial manufacturing reached its culmination during this period. The familiar hexagonal shape that makes pencils easy to grip and prevents them from rolling off desks became universal. The number 2 pencil, with its perfect balance of hardness and darkness, became the standard for everyday use. The cheerful yellow color that had started as a marketing gimmick by American manufacturers became so associated with pencils that it persists to this day. But standardization did not mean stagnation. Manufacturers continued to innovate, finding new ways to improve the fundamental pencil design. The Cedar Pencil Company in Tennessee perfected new methods of seasoning and preparing cedar wood that made pencils more comfortable to hold and easier to sharpen. German manufacturers developed new graphite formulations that produced darker, more consistent marks. French companies created colored pencils that opened up entirely new possibilities for artistic expression. Perhaps most importantly, this was the era when pencils became associated with education in the deepest sense. As public schooling expanded across the Western world, the pencil became the first tool that children learned to use for creative and intellectual work. Picture a one-room schoolhouse in rural Kansas in 1895. The morning sun streams through tall windows onto wooden desks that have been scarred by generations of students. The air smells of chalk dust, wood polish, and the indefinable scent of childhood concentration. Miss Sarah Henderson, the school teacher, distributes pencils to her students with the same care that a minister might distribute communion wafers. These pencils represent possibility, potential, the bridge between what a child knows and what they might learn. 8-year-old Emma takes her pencil with reverent hands. It is yellow, perfectly hexagonal, with Dixon's American Graphite No. 2 stamped in neat black letters along one side. The wood is smooth and pale, the metal ferrule shiny, the pink eraser unused and full of promise. This pencil will be Emma's companion for the next several months until it becomes too short to hold comfortably and must be retired with honor.
Emma's first task is to practice her letters. She begins with A, forming the careful triangular shape that Miss Henderson has shown her so many times. The pencil moves smoothly across the paper, leaving behind a mark that is dark enough to see clearly, but light enough that it can be erased if she makes a mistake. The graphite responds to her pressure, lighter for thin lines, darker when she bears down. There is magic in this moment that transcends the simple mechanics of graphite marking paper. Emma is not just forming letters, she is joining the great human conversation that began in those caves 30,000 years ago. She is learning to transform thoughts into visible symbols, to make her mind manifest in the physical world, to participate in the miracle of written communication. Across the aisle, 10-year-old James is working arithmetic problems. His pencil moves with growing confidence as he adds columns of numbers, carrying the ones, checking his work. When he makes an error, he turns the pencil around and uses the eraser to remove the mistake, then corrects it with neat, careful figures. This ability to make mistakes and correct them cleanly is more than a convenience. It is a foundation of learning itself. At the back of the classroom, 14-year-old Mary is writing an essay about her family's farm. Her pencil flows across the paper as she describes the sound of wind through corn stalks, the feel of warm eggs gathered from the henhouse, the satisfaction of watching her mother's garden grow green and abundant under the prairie sun. She pauses occasionally, pencil hovering over the paper as she searches for exactly the right word, then continues with renewed purpose. Mary doesn't know it yet, but she will become a teacher herself, and then a writer whose novels about prairie life will touch thousands of readers. The pencil in her hand today is the first link in a chain of expression that will stretch across decades and touch lives she cannot imagine. This scene, multiplied millions of times across thousands of schools, represents one of the great democratic revolutions in human history. The pencil made literacy accessible to everyone, not just the wealthy elite who could afford expensive writing materials and extensive tutoring. It made education practical and affordable. It made the written word a tool of the common person, rather than a privilege of the aristocracy. The psychological impact of this accessibility cannot be overstated. When anyone can afford the tools of literacy, anyone can participate in the culture of ideas. When children grow up believing that their thoughts are worth recording, that their ideas matter enough to be written down, they develop a sense of their own value and potential that transforms not just their individual lives, but the entire character of society.
Artists and dreamers, when graphite became poetry. While children in schoolhouses were learning their letters and numbers, in studios and ateliers around the world, artists were discovering that the humble pencil could be an instrument of extraordinary expression. The pencil, with its ability to create both the finest detail and the richest shadows, became the foundation of artistic education and the tool of choice for some of history's greatest visual poets. Leonardo da Vinci, centuries earlier, had used silver point and charcoal for his preliminary sketches, but by the late 19th century, artists had access to pencils that da Vinci could hardly have imagined. The range of hardness and softness available meant that a single tool could produce gossamer thin lines for detailed work and rich velvety blacks for dramatic shadows. In Paris, in the studios of Montmartre, where the light fell golden and forgiving through north-facing windows, young artists learned to see the world through the tip of a pencil. The École des Beaux-Arts, the most prestigious art school in the world, required all students to master pencil drawing before they were allowed to touch paint. Picture Auguste, a 19-year-old student from the French countryside, sitting before a plaster cast of a Greek statue. His pencil, a soft 4B for the shadows, a harder 2H for the highlights, moves across paper with the careful attention of someone learning to translate three-dimensional reality onto a flat surface. The pencil allows Auguste to build his drawing gradually, layer by layer. He begins with the lightest possible marks, establishing the basic proportions and relationships. Then, slowly, patiently, he adds depth and detail. The graphite responds to his touch like a musical instrument responds to a musician. The harder he presses, the darker the mark. The lighter his touch, the more subtle the gradation. There is something deeply meditative about this process. The repetitive motion of the pencil across paper, the constant evaluation and reevaluation of relationships between light and shadow, the gradual emergence of form from formlessness. All of this requires a kind of attention that quiets the mind and focuses the spirit. When Auguste makes a mistake, and he makes many, as all students do, he can correct it easily. A soft eraser can lift graphite from paper with remarkable precision, allowing him to adjust, refine, and perfect his work. This forgiving nature of the pencil makes it the perfect tool for learning, for experimentation, for the gradual development of skill and vision. But it wasn't just students who found the pencil indispensable. Master artists throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries used pencils for preliminary sketches that would eventually become oil paintings, but many discovered that their pencil drawings had a beauty and completeness that stood on their own. Edgar Degas, famous for his paintings of dancers, created some of his most intimate and moving works in pencil. His drawings of ballet dancers preparing for performance, captured in quiet moments between the public spectacle, have a tenderness and immediacy that his paintings, for all their brilliance, sometimes lack. In Degas' pencil drawings, we can see the artist thinking, working out problems of composition and form in real time. The pencil marks show us his process, lines that are tentative and searching, then confident and sure. Areas that are worked and reworked until they achieve exactly the right quality of light or shadow. passages where the pencil moves with the fluid grace of a dancer itself.
Across the Atlantic, in America, artists like Thomas Eakins were using pencils to document their world with scientific precision and poetic sensitivity. Eakins's pencil studies for his famous painting, The Gross Clinic, show the artist working out every detail of composition and lighting, using the pencil's precision to achieve effects that would have been impossible with any other medium. But perhaps the most revolutionary use of the pencil in art came not from professional artists, but from ordinary people who discovered that they too could create beautiful and meaningful images. The accessibility and forgivability of the pencil democratized art making in the same way that it democratized writing. In homes across America and Europe, people who had never considered themselves artists began to sketch and draw. They drew portraits of family members, landscapes of their local countryside, still lifes of flowers from their gardens. These drawings, created by housewives and farmers and shopkeepers, might not have been masterpieces in the traditional sense, but they were authentic expressions of human observation and creativity. The pencil gave them permission to try, to experiment, to fail and try again. It cost so little that wasting paper and graphite was not a significant concern. It required no special equipment, no easels or brushes or paints or solvents. It could be used anywhere, at any time, by anyone who had the desire to record what they saw or imagined. This democratization of art making had profound cultural implications. When ordinary people begin to make visual art, they develop a deeper appreciation for the art made by professionals. They understand from personal experience the difficulty and skill required to create convincing representations. They become more sophisticated viewers and consumers of art. Moreover, the act of drawing teaches people to see more carefully. When you try to draw a tree, you notice things about the tree that you had never seen before. The way the bark texture changes from trunk to branches, how the leaves cluster differently in different parts of the canopy, the subtle variations in color and value that give the tree its three-dimensional presence in space. This careful seeing, multiplied across thousands of amateur artists, created a more visually literate society. People became better at reading photographs, better at understanding maps, better at interpreting all the visual information that was becoming increasingly important in the modern world. The pencil, in short, didn't just enable art, it taught people to see.
The Great Wars, when pencils went to battle. As the 20th century progressed, the world was convulsed by two great wars that would reshape civilization itself. In these conflicts, which involved millions of soldiers and civilians across multiple continents, the humble pencil played roles both practical and deeply human that remind us how essential simple tools become in extraordinary circumstances. World War I, that great catastrophe that swept away the old world and ushered in the modern era, created unprecedented demand for pencils. Millions of soldiers needed to write letters home, keep records, draw maps, and maintain the countless documents that modern warfare required. The pencil was perfect for military use. It worked in cold weather when ink might freeze. It didn't leak or spill when carried in a pack or pocket, and it could write on almost any surface. Picture a young American soldier named Thomas, huddled in a trench somewhere in France in the winter of 1918. The mud is knee-deep, the air is filled with the distant sound of artillery, and the cold is so intense that metal tools are painful to touch. But Thomas has a pencil, a simple Dixon No. 2 that his mother packed in his kit before he shipped overseas, and he uses it to write a letter to his sweetheart back home in Ohio. The pencil works perfectly, despite the conditions. The graphite doesn't freeze or thicken like ink might. The wooden barrel protects his fingers from the cold metal of a pen.
He can write lying down in the cramped space of the trench, holding the paper against his knee, creating words of love and longing that will travel thousands of miles to bring comfort to someone whose heart lives in constant fear. Thomas's letter, written in the characteristic gray marks of graphite on paper, carries more than words. It carries the physical trace of his hand, the pressure of his grip, the slight tremor that comes from cold and exhaustion, and the constant awareness of mortality. When his sweetheart receives it weeks later, she will hold not just a message, but a tangible connection to the man she loves, written by the same hand that held hers on their last evening together. Multiply this scene by millions, and you begin to understand the role that pencils played in maintaining the human connections that made the war bearable. Every day, in trenches and camps and hospitals across Europe, soldiers used pencils to write the letters that were often their only link to the world they had left behind and hoped to return to. But pencils served military purposes beyond personal correspondence. Staff officers used them to mark maps showing troop positions and planned movements. Field engineers used them to sketch fortifications and terrain features. Medical officers used them to maintain records of wounded soldiers. Intelligence officers used them to write reports on enemy activities. The demand was so great that pencil manufacturers on both sides of the conflict struggled to keep up. Factories that had produced millions of pencils per year for civilian use suddenly needed to produce tens of millions for military consumption. This led to innovations in mass production and quality control that would benefit the industry long after the war ended.
American pencil manufacturers, whose products were already considered among the world's best, found themselves supplying not just American forces, but Allied armies around the world. The sight of American pencils in British and French hands became a small but significant symbol of the growing American role in world affairs. World War II brought even greater challenges and opportunities for the pencil industry. This was a truly global conflict that involved not just soldiers, but entire civilian populations in the war effort. Everyone, it seemed, needed pencils. In the United States, the War Production Board classified pencils as essential supplies and allocated scarce materials, particularly the metal needed for ferrules and the rubber needed for erasers, to ensure adequate production. Pencil advertisements took on patriotic themes, showing soldiers and war workers using pencils to plan victory and build the weapons needed to win the war. But perhaps the most poignant story of pencils in World War II comes not from the factories or battlefields, but from the hidden places where people clung to humanity in the face of unimaginable horror. In ghettos and concentration camps, in hidden attics and secret basements, people who had been stripped of almost everything still found ways to write and draw. Anne Frank, the young Jewish girl who hid with her family in Amsterdam, wrote her famous diary with a fountain pen when she could get ink. But many of her entries and much of her personal correspondence were written in pencil. The graphite marks in her handwriting have a different quality than ink, softer, more intimate somehow, as if the pencil allowed her to capture not just her thoughts, but her emotions with greater subtlety. In the concentration camps, prisoners sometimes found or improvised pencils to document their experiences. These drawings and writings, many of which survived the war, provide some of our most powerful testimony about the Holocaust. The pencil's ability to work under any conditions, on any surface, made it possible for people to bear witness even in circumstances designed to erase all traces of their humanity. Soviet soldiers advancing toward Berlin carried pencils made in factories that had been evacuated from Western Russia to the Urals when the Germans invaded. These pencils, produced under the most difficult wartime conditions, enabled millions of soldiers to maintain contact with families they had not seen for years and might never see again. When the war finally ended, pencils played a role in that great moment as well. The Japanese surrender documents that ended World War II were signed with fountain pens in a formal ceremony aboard the USS Missouri. But the millions of smaller surrenders, the countless documents that transferred power from military to civilian authorities, the forms that began the process of Reconstruction, many of these were filled out with pencils by people whose hands shook with exhaustion and relief. The wars had demonstrated in the starkest possible terms how essential simple, reliable tools become when civilization itself is under stress. Pencils had proven themselves under every conceivable condition, in Arctic cold and tropical heat, in muddy trenches and desert sands, in the hands of frightened children and battle-hardened veterans. More than that, they had served as instruments of hope and connection when hope and connection seemed impossible to maintain. Every letter written, every sketch made, every document filled out represented an act of faith in the future, a belief that human communication and creativity would survive even the most desperate circumstances.
The Space Age, writing beyond the sky. As the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, humanity stood on the threshold of perhaps its greatest adventure, the exploration of space. And in one of those delightful ironies that pepper the history of technology, this most futuristic of endeavors would rely heavily on one of the most ancient and simple of tools, the pencil. The story begins with a problem that no one had ever faced before. How do you write in zero gravity? In the weightless environment of space, ordinary ballpoint pens wouldn't work because they relied on gravity to pull ink toward the writing tip. Fountain pens were even worse. They might leak ink globules that could float around the spacecraft, potentially damaging sensitive equipment or being inhaled by astronauts. The solution was elegantly simple. Pencils. Graphite doesn't rely on gravity to function. It marks paper through direct contact between the graphite core and the writing surface. A pencil will work just as well upside down as right side up, in zero gravity as in normal gravity, in the vacuum of space as in Earth's atmosphere. But using pencils in space wasn't quite as simple as it might seem. The graphite gust and wood particles created when sharpening pencils could float freely in the weightless environment, potentially causing problems with equipment or being inhaled by astronauts. This led to the development of special mechanical pencils designed specifically for space use. The Fisher Space Pen Company later developed a pressurized ballpoint pen that could work in space, and this became the standard for later space missions. But during the early years of space exploration, the Mercury, Gemini, and early Apollo programs, astronauts relied primarily on pencils to record their observations and maintain their mission logs. Picture astronaut John Glenn orbiting the Earth in 1962, the first American to complete a full orbital flight. As he passes over the Terminator line between day and night, watching the sun rise over the curve of the Earth with a speed and beauty that no human has ever before witnessed, he reaches for his pencil to record his observations. The pencil in Glenn's hand, a specially designed mechanical pencil that eliminates the need for sharpening, moves across his mission log with the same familiar motion that humans have used to record important events for centuries. But the words he writes describe experiences that no human vocabulary had ever been called upon to capture. The impossible blue of Earth's atmosphere as seen from space, the brilliant stars that shine without twinkling in the airless void, the profound silence that surrounds his tiny spacecraft as it hurtles around the planet at 17,000 miles per hour. Glenn's pencil serves as a bridge between the most advanced technology humans have ever created and the most fundamental human impulse to record, to remember, to share extraordinary experiences with others. His graphite marks in his logbook will be read by engineers and scientists trying to understand the technical aspects of his flight, but they will also be read by historians and writers trying to capture the emotional and spiritual significance of humanity's first steps beyond our home planet. Soviet cosmonauts faced the same challenges and came to similar solutions. Yuri Gagarin, the first human being to travel in space, used a pencil to record his observations during his historic flight in 1961.
His notes, written in Cyrillic characters with graphite on paper while traveling at speeds that would have been unimaginable to the shepherds who first discovered graphite in Borrowdale, represent one of the most extraordinary extensions of the humble pencil's capabilities.
The Apollo program, which would eventually land humans on the moon, relied heavily on pencils for mission planning and execution. The complex calculations required to navigate from Earth to the moon and back were often worked out by hand using pencils and paper before being entered into the primitive computers of the era. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin carried pencils with them to the lunar surface, making them the first writing instruments used on another celestial body. When Armstrong wrote in his mission log while standing in the Sea of Tranquility, his pencil was creating marks on paper using graphite that had formed in the Earth's crust billions of years earlier, now serving to record humanity's first footsteps on another world. The contrast is almost poetic, the most advanced technological achievement in human history being documented with one of humanity's simplest and oldest tools. The pencil's presence in the space program serves as a reminder that even as we reach for the stars, we remain connected to our earthly origins and to the long chain of human innovation that brought us to that moment. But the space program's use of pencils also highlighted their democratic nature. While the spacecraft and rockets represented the pinnacle of technological sophistication, available only to the handful of individuals selected as astronauts, the pencils they used were essentially identical to those used by schoolchildren around the world. The same tool that helped a third grader learn to write her name also helped NASA astronauts navigate to the moon. This accessibility meant that people around the world could feel a connection to the space program through something as simple as the pencils in their own hands. When children watched launches on television and saw astronauts preparing their mission logs, they were seeing people use the same tools they used every day in school. The space program also spurred innovations in pencil technology that would eventually benefit Earthbound users. The mechanical pencils developed for space use were more reliable and precise than previous designs. The research into graphite dust and particle containment led to better understanding of how pencils behave in different environmental conditions. Perhaps most importantly, the space program reinforced the pencil's image as a tool of exploration and discovery. Just as the pencil had enabled the scientific revolution by making it easy for researchers to record and share their findings, it now enabled the space age by providing astronauts with a reliable means of documenting humanity's greatest adventure. The sight of a pencil floating in the weightless environment of a spacecraft, tethered to an astronaut's wrist by a simple string, became one of the iconic images of the early space age. It represented the marriage of the most advanced and most basic technologies, the union of ancient human needs with futuristic human capabilities. In a sense, every pencil carries with it now the legacy of having been to space, of having served humanity's most daring exploration. When we pick up a pencil today, we hold in our hands not just a tool for making marks, but an instrument that has helped record some of our species' most extraordinary achievements.
The digital challenge when silicon met graphite. As the 20th century drew to a close, the pencil faced perhaps its greatest challenge since the invention of the printing press, the rise of digital technology. Computers, word processors, and eventually tablets and smartphones threatened to make the pencil obsolete, relegating it to the same historical curiosity status as quill pens and typewriters. The challenge was real and immediate. Why use a pencil when you could type faster on a keyboard? Why erase and rewrite when you could simply backspace and correct? Why carry around paper and pencils when a single device could store millions of words and images? In offices around the world, typewriters gave way to computers with startling speed. The familiar sound of pencils being sharpened was replaced by the clicking of keyboards and the whirring of dot matrix printers. Many predicted that the age of handwriting, and with it the age of the pencil, was coming to an end. But something interesting happened. Instead of disappearing, the pencil adapted, found new roles, and in some ways became more valued than ever. The digital revolution, rather than eliminating the pencil, highlighted its unique strengths and irreplaceable qualities. In design studios and architects' offices, pencils remained indispensable for initial concept work. There was something about the direct, physical connection between hand and paper that computers couldn't replicate. The ability to sketch quickly, to try different approaches with rapid strokes, to build ideas through the accumulation of marks on paper, these remained uniquely analog pleasures. Picture Sarah, a graphic designer in a New York advertising agency in 1985. Her desk holds both the latest computer technology, a revolutionary Apple Macintosh with its graphical user interface, and a collection of pencils ranging from hard 4H leads for precise technical work to soft 6B leads for bold conceptual sketches. When Sarah gets a new project, she doesn't immediately turn to her computer. Instead, she reaches for a pencil and begins to sketch ideas on paper. Her hand moves freely, without the constraints of software menus or digital tools. Ideas flow directly from her mind through her hand to the paper, mediated only by the simple, responsive tool of the pencil. The pencil allows Sarah to think visually in ways that the computer cannot yet support. She can rotate the paper, sketch from different angles, overlay translucent sheets to explore variations. Most importantly, she can work at the speed of thought without waiting for software to load or commands to process. Only after she has explored possibilities with pencil and paper does Sarah turn to her computer to refine and finish her designs. The pencil and the computer work together, each contributing what it does best to the creative process. This pattern, digital tools for execution, analog tools for exploration, became common across many fields. Musicians used computers to record and produce their music, but many still composed with pencil and paper. Writers used word processors for their final drafts, but often began with handwritten notes and outlines. Scientists used sophisticated software to analyze data, but frequently sketched their initial hypotheses and theories by hand.
The persistence of the pencil in an increasingly digital world highlighted something important about human creativity and learning. The physical act of handwriting and drawing engages the brain differently than typing or clicking. Studies began to show that students who took notes by hand remembered information better than those who typed notes on computers. There was something about the slower pace of handwriting, the physical effort required to form letters, the spatial relationship between words on a page, that enhanced learning and memory. The pencil, far from being obsolete, turned out to be a superior tool for certain types of thinking and learning. Educational institutions, which had been among the earliest adopters of computer technology, began to recognize the continued importance of pencils and handwriting. While students needed to learn computer skills, they also needed to maintain the ability to write by hand, to sketch and draw, to think through problems using the physical act of making marks on paper. The art world, too, discovered renewed appreciation for the pencil in the digital age. As photography became increasingly digital and manipulated, as computer-generated imagery became commonplace, hand-drawn images created with simple pencils gained a new kind of authenticity and emotional power. Artists like David Hockney, who embraced new technologies throughout his career, continued to return to pencils for certain types of work. His pencil portraits from the 1970s and 1980s, created during the height of the computer revolution, have an intimacy and directness that his digital works, however sophisticated, sometimes lack. The pencil also found new life in unexpected places within the digital world. The styluses used with early tablet computers were essentially digital pencils, designed to replicate the familiar feel and control of traditional pencils while working with electronic surfaces.
Later, as touchscreens became ubiquitous, people often missed the precision and control that pencils provided. This led to the development of increasingly sophisticated digital styluses that could sense pressure, angle, and other subtle aspects of how a traditional pencil behaves. Apple's Apple Pencil, introduced in 2015 for use with iPad tablets, was explicitly designed to replicate the feel and responsiveness of a traditional pencil. Its name was no accident. The designers recognized that pencil carried associations of creativity, precision, and natural ease of use that no other term could convey. But perhaps the most significant impact of the digital age on the pencil was philosophical rather than technological. In a world of infinite digital options, the simplicity of the pencil became a virtue rather than a limitation. The pencil offered something that digital tools could not: a direct, unmediated connection between thought and expression. There were no software crashes with pencils, no compatibility issues, no need for updates or upgrades. A pencil worked the same way in 2000 as it had in 1900, and there was something deeply comforting about that consistency in an era of rapid technological change. The pencil became, for many people, a refuge from the complexity and constant change of digital life. In an age of infinite digital options, the pencil's simplicity was not a bug, but a feature. It represented a different way of working and thinking, slower, more deliberate, more connected to the physical world. Mindfulness practitioners and advocates of digital detox began to recommend handwriting and drawing with pencils as ways to reconnect with slower, more thoughtful modes of being. The pencil, far from being obsolete, became a tool for resistance against the increasing pace and complexity of modern life.
The psychology of the pencil. How wood and graphite touch the soul. To truly understand the pencil's enduring place in human culture, we must look beyond its practical functions to explore its psychological and emotional dimensions. For the pencil is more than a tool. It is a bridge between the inner world of thought and feeling and the outer world of shared experience. Consider the weight of a pencil in your hand. It is substantial enough to feel secure, light enough to move freely. The hexagonal shape fits naturally between thumb and fingers. The wood surface provides just enough friction to prevent slipping without being rough or uncomfortable. These physical characteristics are not accidental. They represent centuries of evolution toward a tool that works in perfect harmony with human anatomy and psychology. The pencil's relationship with mistake-making is perhaps its most psychologically significant feature. Unlike pens, which create marks that are difficult or impossible to remove cleanly, pencils create marks that can be erased without destroying the underlying surface. This forgiveness has profound implications for how we think about creativity, learning, and self-expression. Dr. Maria Santos, a cognitive psychologist studying creativity in children, has observed how the availability of erasers affects the willingness to experiment. In her research laboratory at the University of California, she watches as children approach drawing tasks with different tools. Those given pencils with erasers are more likely to try bold approaches, to experiment with difficult techniques, to push the boundaries of their abilities. The pencil gives permission to fail, Dr. Santos explains. When children know they can erase mistakes easily, they're more willing to take creative risks. This isn't just about drawing. It's about developing a fundamental attitude toward learning and growth. The same psychology applies to adult users. Writers often report that they think differently when writing by hand with a pencil than when typing on a computer. The slower pace of handwriting allows thoughts to develop more fully before being committed to paper. The physical act of forming letters engages motor memory in ways that enhance creativity and recall. The pencil also has what psychologists call affordances, qualities that suggest certain actions or possibilities. The sharpened point affords precise work.
detailed drawings, fine writing, careful calculations. The side of the pencil lead affords broader strokes, shading, sketching, bold marks. The eraser affords correction and refinement. These multiple affordances make the pencil an unusually versatile tool for thought and expression. There is something deeply satisfying about the pencil's mechanical simplicity. In an age of complex technology that often fails in mysterious ways, the pencil's straightforward cause and effect relationship between action and result provides psychological comfort. Press harder, get a darker mark. Move faster, get a looser line. Lift the pencil, stop the mark. The relationship between intention and result is immediate and transparent. This transparency extends to the pencil's visible consumption. Unlike digital tools that create infinite marks without apparent cost, the pencil literally gives of itself with each mark made. It gets shorter, the point wears down, the eraser gets used up. This visible sacrifice of the tool to create the mark gives pencil marks a quality of preciousness that digital marks often lack. The ritual aspects of pencil use also contribute to its psychological appeal. The sharpening of a pencil is a small but satisfying ritual that prepares both tool and user for the work ahead. The selection of the right pencil for the task, harder leads for precise work, softer leads for expressive work, engages the user in thoughtful preparation. Children often develop strong emotional attachments to particular pencils, especially when they are learning to write. A pencil becomes not just a tool, but a companion in the difficult work of mastering written communication. Teachers report that children who lose a favorite pencil may struggle with their work until a suitable replacement is found, not because all pencils aren't functionally equivalent, but because the emotional relationship with the specific tool has been disrupted.
The pencil's acoustic qualities also contribute to its psychological impact. The soft, scratching sound of graphite on paper is generally perceived as pleasant and soothing. Studies have shown that these sounds can actually enhance concentration and creativity by providing a gentle, rhythmic background that helps focus attention without being distracting. This stands in sharp contrast to the sounds associated with digital writing tools, the clicking of keyboards, the electronic beeps and notifications, the whirring of printers. While these sounds have their own associations and meanings, they lack the organic, crafted quality of pencil sounds that connect us to centuries of human writing and drawing. The pencil also engages our sense of smell in ways that contribute to its psychological impact. The cedar wood used in most pencils has a distinctive, pleasant aroma that becomes particularly noticeable when the pencil is sharpened. This scent often triggers powerful memories of school days, childhood creativity, and the excitement of new learning. Many people report that the smell of pencil shavings brings back vivid memories of elementary school classrooms, of the anticipation that came with new school supplies at the beginning of each year, of the pride and anxiety associated with learning to write. These scent memories create positive associations that enhance the pencil's psychological appeal. The pencil's visual aesthetics also have psychological significance. Unlike the uniform marks created by most digital tools, pencil marks carry the subtle variations that reveal the humanity of their creator. Slight tremors in the line reveal nervousness or excitement. Variations in pressure reveal emphasis and emotion. The texture of the paper interacts with the graphite to create marks that are subtly different every time. These human imperfections, rather than being flaws, are what give pencil marks their emotional authenticity. When we see a pencil drawing or handwritten note, we are seeing not just the intended message, but traces of the physical and emotional state of the person who created it. This creates a sense of intimacy and connection that digital communication often lacks. The pencil's role in meditation and mindfulness practices has gained recognition in recent years. The repetitive motions involved in drawing or writing with a pencil can induce a meditative state, helping to quiet the mind and focus attention on the present moment. Art therapists often use pencil drawing exercises to help patients explore and express emotions that might be difficult to verbalize.
The pencil's humility is also psychologically significant. It makes no grand claims about its capabilities, requires no special training to use, and costs so little that using it feels almost free. This accessibility removes barriers to creativity and self-expression that more complex or expensive tools might create. In a world where many activities require expensive equipment, specialized training, or complex technology, the pencil remains radically democratic. Anyone can pick up a pencil and begin creating immediately. This accessibility has profound psychological implications, suggesting that creativity and expression are not privileges reserved for the specially trained or well-equipped, but basic human capabilities available to all.
The global journey, how pencils conquered every corner of the world. As we follow the pencil's journey through the 20th and into the 21st century, we discover a remarkable story of global adoption and cultural adaptation. The simple tool that began in English minds and German workshops eventually found its way into the hands of children in remote villages, artists in bustling cities, and workers in every conceivable profession across every continent. The spread of the pencil around the world was not just a story of commerce, but of education, development, and human aspiration. Wherever literacy campaigns were launched, wherever schools were built, wherever people sought to lift themselves and their children toward better lives, pencils were among the first tools to arrive. In post-war Japan, as the nation rebuilt itself from devastation and transformed into an industrial powerhouse, pencils played a crucial role in the massive education campaign that prepared Japanese workers for their country's economic miracle. Japanese manufacturers, with their characteristic attention to quality and detail, began producing pencils that rivaled the best European and American products. Picture a small factory in Osaka in 1955, where workers carefully assemble pencils with the same precision that their counterparts in other factories bring to cameras and electronics. Each pencil is inspected multiple times during the manufacturing process. The wood is aged for exactly the right amount of time, the graphite cores are tested for consistency, the metal ferrules are attached with microscopic precision. These Japanese pencils, stamped with names like Mitsubishi and Tombow, begin to appear in schools and offices not just in Japan, but around the world. They represent something more than writing instruments. They are symbols of Japan's commitment to quality, precision, and continuous improvement. The same philosophy that will later make Japanese cars and electronics legendary is applied to the humble pencil. In China, the world's most populous nation was undergoing its own transformation. As the country emerged from years of political turmoil and began to modernize its economy, pencils became essential tools in the massive literacy campaigns that aimed to educate hundreds of millions of people. Chinese pencil factories, many of them state-owned enterprises, worked to meet seemingly impossible production targets. The numbers were staggering. Millions of pencils per month rolling off production lines, shipped to schools in remote provinces where children who had never seen a book were learning to write their first characters. Li Wei, a 10-year-old girl in a rural village in Sichuan province, receives her first pencil from a traveling teacher in 1978. The pencil is made in a factory in Shanghai, but to Li Wei, it might as well have come from another planet. She holds it carefully, almost reverently, understanding instinctively that this simple tool represents a doorway to a larger world. Under the patient guidance of her teacher, Li Wei learns to form the complex strokes that make up Chinese characters. The pencil responds to her efforts with marks that are sometimes clumsy, sometimes graceful, but always full of possibility. She practices writing her own name until the characters flow naturally from her pencil. And in that moment, she joins the ranks of the literate, connected now to thousands of years of Chinese culture and learning. In India, the world's largest democracy was pursuing its own ambitious plans for universal education. Pencils manufactured in factories in Delhi and Mumbai found their way to one-room schools in villages where electricity was still a novelty and running water a luxury. These pencils, simple and inexpensive though they were,
carried with them the hopes and dreams of a nation determined to educate its vast population. The story was similar in Brazil, where pencils reached children in the Amazon rainforest, teaching them to write in Portuguese while preserving their connection to indigenous traditions. In Nigeria, pencils helped spread literacy in multiple languages, bridging tribal and linguistic differences through the common currency of written communication. African manufacturers began producing pencils suited to local conditions and preferences. In Kenya, the Bic Company established factories that produced pencils specifically designed for the needs of African students. Pencils that could withstand high temperatures and humidity, that worked well on the locally produced paper that was often rougher than European or American papers. But perhaps nowhere was the pencil's global impact more visible than in the refugee camps that tragically became common features of the late 20th century landscape. In camps scattered across Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, pencils were often among the first educational supplies distributed by international relief organizations. In a refugee camp in Sudan, a young girl named Fatima uses a pencil donated by UNICEF to practice writing Arabic letters in the sand when paper is not available. Later, when proper paper arrives with the next supply shipment, she transfers her hard-won skills to the more permanent medium, her pencil marks creating a bridge between her disrupted past and her hoped-for future. These pencils, manufactured thousands of miles away by workers who will never meet the children who use them, carry more than graphite cores. They carry hope, opportunity, and the promise that education can transcend even the most difficult circumstances. The global pencil trade also became a fascinating example of international economic relationships. Cedar wood from California forests was shipped to factories in Germany, where it was combined with graphite from Sri Lanka and clay from the Czech Republic to create pencils that were sold in schools in South America. The simple pencil became a symbol of global interconnectedness, a product that could only exist because of trade relationships spanning continents. But this globalization also led to concerns about quality and working conditions. As manufacturing moved to countries with lower labor costs, consumer advocates and labor organizations began to pay attention to the conditions under which pencils were made. Some manufacturers responded by improving working conditions and establishing fair trade certification programs for their products. The environmental impact of global pencil production also became a concern. The demand for cedar wood led to pressure on forests, particularly in the United States, where incense cedar had long been the preferred wood for pencil manufacturing. This led to innovations in wood treatment and the development of alternative materials for pencil barrels. Some manufacturers began using recycled newspaper or other waste materials to create pencil barrels, demonstrating that even a product as traditional as the pencil could adapt to contemporary environmental concerns. Others developed pencils made from sustainable bamboo or other rapidly renewable materials. The story of the pencil's global spread is ultimately a story of human aspiration. Wherever people sought to improve their lives through education, wherever children reached for the tools of learning, wherever artists and writers and thinkers needed instruments for expression, pencils appeared to meet those needs. Today, pencils are manufactured on every continent except Antarctica, in factories ranging from highly automated facilities producing millions of pencils per year to small workshops where skilled craftspeople still shape pencils by hand. This diversity of production methods and scales ensures that pencils remain available to people at every economic level, from the most prosperous societies to the most challenged communities. The pencil's global journey reminds us that some human tools transcend cultural, economic, and political boundaries because they serve fundamental human needs. The desire to communicate, to learn, to create, to express oneself through marks on a surface, these are universal human impulses, and the pencil serves all of them with remarkable effectiveness and accessibility.
The environmental awakening, when Earth asked for answers. As the 21st century dawned, humanity began to grapple seriously with the environmental consequences of industrial civilization. The pencil industry, like every other manufacturing sector, found itself facing new questions about sustainability, resource consumption, and environmental responsibility. The traditional pencil, for all its simple beauty, carried a surprisingly complex environmental footprint. The cedar wood that formed the barrel of most pencils came from old-growth forests,
primarily in the American West. These forests, which had taken centuries to grow, were being harvested at rates that far exceeded their natural regeneration capacity. The incense cedar forests of California and Oregon, which had provided the world's finest pencil wood for more than a century, were under increasing pressure from pencil manufacturers, construction companies, and urban development. Environmental scientists began to calculate that the world's appetite for pencils was contributing to deforestation at an alarming rate. Dr. Jennifer Martinez, a forest ecologist at the University of California, spent years studying the impact of pencil manufacturing on forest ecosystems. Standing among the giant cedars of the Sierra Nevada mountains, she could see the evidence of intensive harvesting, areas where the forest had been thinned, clear cuts that were slowly regenerating, access roads carved into previously pristine wilderness. Each pencil represents a slice of tree, Dr. Martinez explains, her voice carrying both scientific precision and emotional weight. When you multiply that by the billions of pencils produced each year, you begin to understand the scale of the impact we're talking about. But the environmental challenges went beyond just wood consumption. The graphite used in pencil cores was mined from deposits around the world, often in operations that disturbed fragile ecosystems. The clay used to bind the graphite came from quarries that left permanent scars on the landscape. Even the metal used in ferrules and the rubber used in erasers had environmental costs associated with their extraction and processing. The packaging and transportation of pencils added additional environmental burdens. Pencils manufactured in one country were often shipped thousands of miles to markets in other countries, consuming fossil fuels and generating carbon emissions. The plastic packaging used to protect pencils during shipping often ended up in landfills or, worse, in the world's oceans. These environmental costs had been largely invisible during the 19th and early 20th centuries, when the environmental movement was in its infancy and the global scale of industrial production was much smaller. But by the 1990s and 2000s, they could no longer be ignored. Progressive pencil manufacturers began to respond to these challenges with innovations that would have been unimaginable to earlier generations. Some companies began sourcing wood from sustainably managed forests, where trees were harvested only at rates that allowed the forest ecosystem to regenerate naturally.
The Forest Stewardship Council, an international organization dedicated to promoting responsible forest management, began certifying pencils made from sustainably harvested wood. Consumers could now choose pencils that carried the FSC label, knowing that their purchase supported responsible forestry practices. Other manufacturers went even further, experimenting with entirely new materials for pencil construction. Recycled newspaper, compressed and treated to achieve the right density and texture, began appearing in pencil barrels. The irony was delicious. Pencils made from old newspapers that had once carried news of the world were now being used to write news stories and create new knowledge. Bamboo, which grows much faster than cedar and can be harvested without killing the plant, became another popular alternative. Bamboo pencils had a slightly different feel than traditional cedar pencils, but many users found them equally pleasant to use. More importantly, they represented a dramatic reduction in environmental impact. Some of the most innovative developments came from unexpected sources. A company in Sri Lanka began manufacturing pencils from recycled paper, creating a product that looked and felt remarkably similar to traditional wood pencils, but had a fraction of the environmental impact. Another company developed pencils made from agricultural waste, materials like wheat straw and rice hulls, that otherwise would have been burned or left to decompose. The graphite and clay components of pencils also came under environmental scrutiny. Some manufacturers began sourcing graphite from mines that met strict environmental standards, ensuring that the extraction process minimized damage to surrounding ecosystems. Others invested in research to develop synthetic alternatives to natural graphite that could be produced with lower environmental impact.
The eraser component of pencils presented its own challenges. Traditional erasers were made from natural rubber, which required the harvesting of latex from rubber trees. While this was generally considered more environmentally friendly than synthetic alternatives, it still represented a significant demand on natural resources. Some manufacturers responded by developing erasers from recycled rubber or from plant-based synthetic materials that biodegraded more easily than petroleum-based synthetics. Others experimented with entirely eraser-free pencils, returning to the European tradition of using separate erasers for correction. The packaging revolution was perhaps even more dramatic than the changes in pencil construction itself. The plastic blisters and cardboard backing that had protected pencils for decades gave way to packaging made from recycled materials and designed for easy recycling. Some companies eliminated individual packaging entirely, selling pencils in bulk with minimal protective materials. But perhaps the most significant environmental innovation in the pencil industry was the development of plantable pencils, pencils that could literally grow into plants after they became too short to use. These pencils contained seeds embedded in biodegradable caps that could be planted in soil when the pencil was used up. The image of a pencil stub sprouting into a tomato plant or a handful of herbs captured the imagination of environmentally conscious consumers around the world. Here was a product that not only minimized its environmental impact, but actually gave back to the environment after its useful life as a writing instrument was over. Educational campaigns began to emphasize the environmental aspects of pencil choice. Schools started incorporating lessons about sustainable forestry and responsible consumption into their curricula, using pencils themselves as case studies in environmental decision-making. Children learned to calculate the environmental impact of their school supplies, discovering that choosing pencils made from recycled materials or sustainably harvested wood could make a meaningful difference when multiplied across millions of students. The environmental awakening also led to a renewed appreciation for the durability and reusability of pencils compared to disposable alternatives. Unlike ballpoint pens, which were thrown away when empty, pencils could be used until they were completely consumed. This inherent sustainability became a selling point for environmentally conscious consumers. Artists and writers began to see their choice of writing instruments as an expression of their environmental values. The pencil, with its traditional materials and potentially sustainable production methods, became a symbol of environmental consciousness in the creative community. The environmental challenges facing the pencil industry also sparked innovation in recycling and waste reduction. Pencil shavings, once considered waste products, began to find new uses as mulch for gardens, bedding for small animals, and even as raw material for composite building materials. Some schools initiated pencil recycling programs, collecting used pencils that were too short for comfortable use and sending them to companies that could extract and reuse the graphite cores and metal ferrules. The environmental movement's impact on the pencil industry demonstrated that even the most traditional products could adapt to new environmental realities without losing their essential character. The pencil remained a pencil, simple, functional, reliable, but it became a more responsible version of itself. This environmental evolution of the pencil also reflected broader changes in human consciousness about our relationship with the natural world. The pencil, which had begun as a way to harness natural materials for human purposes, was evolving into a symbol of the possibility of living in harmony with the environment while still meeting human needs for creativity and communication.
The artisan revival, when handcraft returned to honor. Even as mass production and environmental concerns were reshaping the pencil industry, something unexpected was happening in workshops and studios around the world, a revival of traditional, artisanal pencil making. This renaissance was driven by a growing appreciation for handcraft, individual attention to detail, and the unique qualities that could only be achieved when human hands guided every step of the process. In a converted barn in rural Vermont, master craftsman David Chen works at a wooden bench that his grandfather might have recognized. The tools are simple: hand planes, sharp knives, measuring calipers, and brushes for applying finishes. But the products emerging from Chen's workshop are extraordinary. Pencils that are works of art as much as they are writing instruments.
Chen's journey to pencil making began with his frustration at the uniformity of mass-produced pencils. As an artist and calligrapher, he had used thousands of pencils over the years, but he found himself longing for instruments that had more character, more individual personality. The industrial pencils, for all their consistency and reliability, seemed to lack soul. His first attempts at making pencils by hand were disasters. The wood split along unexpected grain lines, the graphite cores were poorly centered and broke easily. The proportions were wrong, making the pencils uncomfortable to hold. But Chen persisted, driven by a vision of what handmade pencils could become. Over months and years of experimentation, Chen developed techniques that combined traditional woodworking skills with innovations of his own. He learned to read the grain in cedar wood, understanding how each piece would behave under his tools. He discovered sources of high-quality graphite and developed methods for creating cores that were both strong and responsive. Most importantly, Chen learned to embrace the subtle variations that mass production worked so hard to eliminate. Each piece of wood was slightly different. Each graphite core had its own character. Each finished pencil bore the marks of the hands that created it. The pencils that emerged from Chen's workshop were immediately recognizable as something special. The wood was finished to a silky smoothness that invited touch. The proportions were subtly refined, making the pencils comfortable to hold for extended periods. The graphite cores were carefully matched to the character of each individual pencil, creating writing instruments that seemed to enhance the user's natural abilities. Word of Chen's pencils spread through networks of artists, writers, and craft enthusiasts. Orders began arriving from customers around the world who were willing to pay premium prices for pencils that offered something mass production could not: individual character and artisanal excellence.
Chen was not alone in this artisanal revival. In small workshops from Japan to Germany to Oregon, craftspeople were rediscovering the art of pencil making. Each brought their own aesthetic sensibilities and technical innovations to the ancient craft. Hiroshi Tanaka, a former engineer working in Kyoto, applied Japanese woodworking traditions to pencil making, creating instruments that reflected the Japanese aesthetic principles of simplicity, natural beauty, and perfect functionality. His pencils, finished with traditional Japanese lacquers and marked with subtle calligraphic inscriptions, became sought-after items among collectors and discriminating users. In the Black Forest region of Germany, where pencil-making traditions stretched back centuries, a new generation of craftspeople began reviving old techniques that had been abandoned during the industrial era. They used traditional hand tools to shape wood, mixed graphite and clay according to ancient formulas, and finished their pencils with methods that have been passed down through generations of craftsmen. These artisanal pencils were expensive, sometimes costing 50 or 100 times more than mass-produced alternatives. But they offered something that no factory could provide: the knowledge that each pencil was created by individual human hands with attention to details that machines could not perceive or appreciate. The artisanal pencil movement also created opportunities for experimentation with materials and techniques that would be impractical for mass production. Some craftspeople began using exotic woods: ebony from Africa, rosewood from South America, ancient bog oak from Ireland, to create pencils that were as beautiful as jewelry. Others experimented with alternative core materials, creating drawing instruments with cores made from compressed charcoal, colored clay, or even precious metals like silver and gold. These specialty pencils opened up new possibilities for artists and designers who needed tools that could create effects impossible with standard graphite cores. The revival of artisanal pencil making was part of a broader cultural movement toward appreciation of handcraft and individual expertise. In an increasingly automated and digitized world, there was growing hunger for objects that bore the traces of human hands and human decisions. People began to understand that choosing to use handmade pencils was not just about the functional qualities of the tools, but about supporting traditional crafts, encouraging individual creativity, and maintaining connections to older ways of making and being. The artisanal pencil movement also sparked renewed interest in the history and techniques of pencil making. Craftspeople researched historical methods, consulted old technical manuals, and experimented with forgotten techniques.
This research led to new understanding of why certain traditional methods had been so successful and how they might be adapted for contemporary use. Educational programs began offering courses in traditional pencil making, teaching both the technical skills and the historical context of the craft. These programs attracted participants ranging from professional woodworkers looking to expand their skills to hobbyists who simply wanted to understand how everyday objects were made. The internet played a crucial role in the artisanal revival, allowing small-scale makers to reach customers around the world without the marketing budgets and distribution networks that traditional manufacturing required. YouTube videos showing the pencil-making process attracted millions of viewers, many of whom had never considered how pencils were made or that they could be made by individuals rather than factories. Social media platforms allowed artisanal pencil makers to build communities of customers and enthusiasts who shared appreciation for traditional crafts and high-quality tools. These communities became sources of inspiration, technical advice, and market support for craftspeople working in isolation. The artisanal pencil movement also influenced mass production methods. Some large manufacturers began offering premium lines that incorporated elements of traditional craftsmanship, hand-selected woods, carefully matched graphite cores, and individual quality inspection, while still maintaining the efficiency and affordability of industrial production. Others began highlighting the human elements in their manufacturing processes, featuring individual workers and their expertise in marketing materials. The goal was to capture some of the appeal of artisanal products while maintaining the scale and accessibility of mass production. Perhaps most significantly, the artisanal revival changed how people thought about pencils and other everyday objects. When consumers became aware that pencils could be made by individual craftspeople with attention to beauty and individual character, they began to look more critically at mass-produced alternatives. This led to increased demand for quality in all pencils, not just artisanal ones. Mass manufacturers responded by improving their materials, refining their processes, and paying more attention to the aesthetic details that artisanal makers had shown were important to discriminating users. The artisanal pencil movement demonstrated that traditional crafts could not only survive in the modern world, but could thrive by offering qualities that industrial production could not match. It showed that there was still room for individual creativity and expertise in a world increasingly dominated by automation and standardization. Most importantly, it reminded people that everyday objects like pencils were not just functional tools, but could be sources of beauty, inspiration, and connection to the long tradition of human craftsmanship. In an age of increasing digitization and automation, the handmade pencil became a symbol of human creativity and the enduring value of individual skill and attention.